It is Wednesday, my dudes, which means it's time for some more Dungeons and Dragons. It is October the 27th, 2021, session number 2. Not that you'd know that by looking at YouTube, because I didn't click the button last time. So, for the 4 of you who happened to catch that one last week, congratulations, you're now part of an elite crew. For the rest of you, I'm going to repeat myself. Hello! We are a group of rambunctious ne'er-do-wells who like to play D&D, 5th edition. This is a homebrew campaign in a homebrew setting that I have been working on over the course of like a year or so. We utilize a number of house rules, so it's going to be a little bit different from the 5e that you probably know and maybe love. So if we do something weird, there's like maybe a 60-40 chance that it's intentional, or we probably just screwed up. If you think that we did screw something up, I would invite you to keep it to yourself. This is going to be a little bit different probably from other such streams because it's an exercise in self-indulgence for the most part. We like to look back at our old stuff and go back and listen to some sessions that we've recorded, and it's good fun. Bummer, because I didn't record the one last week, but oh well. We look forward to get a couple of future questions out of the way. The virtual tabletop we're using is Fantasy Grounds Unity. You can think of it like Roll20, but if Roll20 was fun to use. All the background music that you may hear throughout comes to us courtesy of Mike Mills and the boys over at Toe Hider. If you like it, go check them out because they're great and awesome. And any of the overworld maps you're going to see were drawn by me, which is why they look like dog shit. And any battle maps you're going to see are coming from mostly from Neutral Party, which is a guy that I've been supporting on Patreon for a while, and he makes great maps. And I was like, yes, I will use those. None of the aforementioned are like sponsoring us in any way. They're just things that I bought and that I liked, and I was like, hey, maybe you'll like it too. So there you go. So if you enjoyed the stream, please feel free to, retweet, reblog, whatever it is that people do on the internet. If you don't like it, go ahead and hit Control W and you can get on with your life. So, all that out of the way, we're going to do some little intros again. We're not going to do this for a third time, I promise. But hello, my name is Matthew. I'm the dungeon master of this cabal of rapscallions. Already used that word? No, I haven't. I used ne'er-do-well, so I'm good. Onward.
I'm Lindsay, and I play Millicent, who is a Genasi barbarian.
I'm Maddie, and I'm playing our cleric of life, or life cleric Celeste.
Robin, I'm playing Lucas Rook, who is a bard and a rogue.
I'm Russ. I'm playing our Warforged Druid, currently called Cinder, formerly Roger, if you were here for the first session, and I'm sure that will change again.
Indeed. So, it is at this time when I will once again forget to clear the Fantasy Grounds chat. Thank you for all of my players who I asked to remind me to do that.
I did remind you, just belatedly.
Thanks.
Yeah.
So,
when I also remembered.
At this point, I will usually kind of go on to a sort of recap of what happened last time. This one is going to be a little bit more involved than what you can expect from them in the future, just because the VOD doesn't exist for the first episode. So this will hopefully catch everybody up to speed on where we're at, and who we are, and why are we here? Because we're here. So. Our adventure began in the Skybound Lands, a collection of islands and continents, floating 4 miles above the ocean below, suspended on a grid of magical energy known as the Lattice. Our disparate heroes started their journey in Godshold, the religious capital of the Church of the Old Gods, which is in something of a state of upheaval and disarray thanks to a coup some months ago that led to the replacement of the High Priestess. The new High Priestess, Prixin Vistalon, a tiefling woman, seems to have a handle on the issues that pertain to Godshold and their relationships with the other nations of the world, specifically the industrial nation of Zeltenbrock to the west, led by the powerful Blackmire family, and the latter to the east, whose leader Byron Tarstack announced some years ago that the official religion of his country would no longer be the old church, but instead a newer religion that follows a pantheon known as the Powers That Be, and their various saints. The party met up with Benjamin Tarstack, a 20-something, low on the totem pole in the Tarstack family, He met up with some of our heroes in Rise, which is an island that serves as Godshold's prison, as well as the only known way to travel to and from the depths, before meeting the rest in the city proper. Our party includes Millicent, a teenage Genasi barbarian from the desert nation of Shavirik, looking to be free of her nomadic tribe, at least for a time perhaps. Celeste, a half-elven researcher from Godshold and cleric of Selyun in the Old Pantheon. Clifford, a nervous dragonborn sorcerer who had troubling news about goings-on in Astor, a research capital in Zeltenbrach. And Roger, a strange wood-carved warforged who made his way up from the depths where he was bestowed his old name by Millicent. The two groups joined together at Helm's Hammer, an inn near the Divine Grounds in Godshold, which is the temple complex at the center, and met Ben Tarstack along with his associate, a young woman named Julia Blackmire, who was seeking a group to bring her safely off the continent and take her to the city of Tanagra in Shavirik, well, near Shavirik. Roger and Millicent quickly learned that there were already some strange ties binding this group together, as Millicent found that the strange gemstone cube that she had been holding onto for a number of years was in fact a perfect color match for the amulet that Roger carried, and that seemed to have a connection to his wildfire spirit that dwells inside his body. The following day, Clifford and Roger went to request an audience with the High Priestess, which everyone was entitled to do at once in their life. And thanks to the urgency of Clifford's message, he was able to do so rather quickly. Clifford spoke to her about some shady goings-on in Astor, where its leader, Sabas Nalor, conducted apparently inhumane experiments on the nearby Conflux Point, which is an intersection of lines in the lattice, using specifically sorcerers and warlocks. The High Priestess thanked him for bringing this to her attention, but she could ultimately do very little to protect him, advising that he leave Godshold quickly if he was afraid for his life. Roger, meanwhile, took his opportunity to have some questions answered about his homeland, a forest beyond the seas below, where evidently a man had come and created him and other natural warforged like him a number of years before. She pointed him to beings called Leviathans, specifically noting that he could perhaps find further information in the crumbling peaks of the latter or the Tempest Mountains in the south of Shavirik. Meanwhile, Celeste and Millicent bought meat. A lot of meat. The group reconvened, each of them having now decided for one reason or another to accompany Julia on her journey south. That night, however, fate seemed to have other plans, as assassins crept in and killed Clifford before attempting to take down the rest of the party. At this point, a new face, that of Lucas Rook, an elf rogue, appeared to assist in dealing with the situation. And once the assassins were taken care of, he explained that he too would be accompanying them on their mission to escort Julia to Tanagra, and more importantly, get the hell out of Godshold. Ben seemed wary of staying there and began to head home to the small island of Mindri in the latter, which he is in charge of. Some members of the party were wary of Rook, somewhat understandably, considering he had personal effects matching those of a strange figure the group had seen skulking around and apparently watching Clifford. But Rook insisted it wasn't him. Whether or not anybody believes that remains to be seen. The five of them set off in a long carriage ride north to the Gridliner dock, where they could requisition passage on a Gridliner, which is a vessel that can travel only in straight lines over the lines of the lattice. You can think of it sort of like an airship, but not. En route, the party settled on a new name for the man who was currently going by Roger, and in fact it was a name suggested by his fire spirit, so they bequeathed upon him his new name, Cinder. The journey across the sky was mercifully uneventful, and the party took a much-needed rest on the western shore of Threvatn, which is the primary island of the latter, where the capital city sits, along with the Holy Triumvirate, which is a massive collection of religious camps and temples to the powers that be that sits in the middle of three large lakes. It is here that we have left our heroes. So that was a rather lengthy tirade, but hopefully it made some sense. Hopefully it made some sense to you guys as well. Now I'm going to take a drink. I just read for what felt like an eternity. So, you guys are currently camping somewhat near the western coast of Threvatn. I don't know if you guys have that map open or not. I assume that you guys probably do. I don't, so I'm going to open it.
It's called Skybound Lands for those who need to search in the images, because I've been searching most of that rant.
I am going to pin it to my toolbar, and I recommend you guys do the same.
I did it last session.
I
was
forgot to
smart.
last session.
I did it last time and it didn't save, so we'll see what
Oh.
happens.
That's a bummer. So you guys have taken a nice little rest, which was you guys were able to complete a long rest, which will take 7 days under normal circumstances, thanks to gritty realism, but you were successfully able to do that. You guys reached level 3 during our last session, and now you guys sort of find yourselves near the Gridliner dock, sort of cleaning up your little camp that you've made, ready to begin the journey east to St. Aeleth and eventually into the forest and south to reach the Gridliner dock that sits about here. All of these strange black marks on the map are Gridliner docks. You were not able to tell. Julia is kind of packing up what little possessions she has. She basically has like a little bedroll and a couple of other travel effects that she's got on her, but you get kind of looking over at her, you get the feeling she is not really used to roughing it. She seems a little frazzled and a little disheveled, more so than any of you, for sure.
Yeah. How long do we estimate the travel to St. Aleph from here?
It should take perhaps about 3 days if we're able to get a cart, which I would recommend doing. I mean, we could walk probably just as quickly, but
I think we'd be better
Rather
off with the
not.
cart. Yeah.
yeah. You guys can tell the ladder certainly has a reputation that precedes it, and it lives up to it in that at least these southern 2 islands of the ladder are just covered in clouds. There is a constant misting rainfall that is just pervasive, and it made the rest a little bit uncomfortable, but you can see now basically standing between you and St. Aeleth, which is about maybe 65, 70 miles away from you, there is pretty much grass, like a wet grassland. So at certain points, you imagine it gets a bit swampy. Some points, the grass goes as high as like your waist. Luckily, none of you are especially short, so it's not that troublesome. But Julia just kind of like looks over at you guys. Right, I will head back over to the dock and get us another cart with a couple of horses. Let's finish packing up and make ready for the day, I suppose.
So,
Makes her way over there.
Celeste, you ever been to the ladder?
No, I know of it, and but I don't think I've been here. No.
Word of advice as we approach St. Aelith, maybe don't advertise that you're a follower of the old gods.
Is it that contentious? I mean,
Can
I know
be.
it. Okay. I'm aware of the. Then I understand there's plenty of that needs to be fixed in God's Hold with the tension between the old gods and the new gods, but I guess I should have expected that it should have been similar around here. So thank you for that warning.
Of course. I don't really have anything to help you with that, so I hope you have something to, I guess maybe just take off the whatever you have that has a symbol on it.
Looks down at the several moons on my plate and clothing. Well,
not.
I'll put on a cloak. I
You
am
can borrow
going.
mine. No one else will look at you then.
Eh, eh, I should also have one on me. Should be okay. Should I be wary of anything else around here as far as would they seek out followers of the old
I don't
of
think
the old
seek
god?
out, no. There are temples and stuff in St. Aelith for your gods, but maybe a quick visit or just none at all.
Very well. Okay, well, luckily I'm not the type to shove that onto people, so I'll make sure to be wary of it.
Right. As far as I think, maybe we spend a day or two in St. Aelith and then head out towards the Triumvirate. Yeah? It's a little
As
spot between the three lakes.
Was that our destination? I thought we were using this to travel south.
Yes, it's right here. It's on our way.
and the gridliner's on that area anyhow, correct?
Yes, it's just south from there.
Hmm.
And it will be a place for us to rest.
What needs have we to stay a couple days in St. Aelith?
Well, I would like to get a few things to help better prepare us for whatever may happen. I know how to brew potions. I'd like to get some supplies for that.
That actually might be helpful, yeah.
I don't suppose any of you have a medical kit as well?
Yes.
Nope.
I'm experienced with a couple such practices.
Alright, that's good. I think maybe that should be fine then.
I've been collecting plants and such as we've been traveling. Don't know much about this area. Perhaps you can show me which ones are useful.
You are welcome to join me as I go to forage. That may... I suppose that may have to wait till after St. Aelith then.
Yeah.
Once we get into the thicker part of the forest.
Also, if Julia will need anything from St. Leolith, that may take longer, but I don't imagine she will.
I don't
I was
imagine so.
I was under the impression she was trying to reach Tanagra as quickly as she could. Though I suppose I didn't ask too much.
She is, but I think it's a little better to be safe.
That is why she brought us along.
That is correct.
You guys can see all around the various other folks who had sort of set up camps are making their way either east towards St. Aelith or west back towards the Gridliner dock. Pretty much all of them putting out campfires that they had set up. As you guys would know, this is one of the months of the year when the moons are out during the day, so at night it's pretty dark. So there's lots of fires that generally people will use to try and offset some of that during the night. Eventually, Julia comes back with sort of a couple of sort of perhaps worse for wear looking horses and a little bit more ramshackle of a cart than the one you had on God's Hold, but serviceable likely, and kind of, you know, it doesn't have a canvas roof or any sort of protection. It's basically just a bucket with a couple of benches. But I think it will
That
fit.
works.
It will fit all of us. It's just not going to be especially comfortable. But it should
Well,
get
now
us
that
there.
we're walking.
Yeah. I can. Do any of you all know how to control these things? Or
Nope.
Certainly try, but I'm not experienced
that's
in
fine.
it.
I'll just do it.
Okay.
Just have to rest every so often. You guys can hop on aboard.
What sort of check would that be?
Probably animal handling. Yeah, anybody
Oh, my
who wants to
word.
is welcome to try. It would basically allow you to travel for a couple more hours in a given day, but it wouldn't add especially much to your speed. These guys are going to be capable of going normal pace, hauling the 4 of you, the 5 of you in the cart for a solid 8 hours, and then the horses are going to have to rest at some point. So, but you can begin to set off and head to the east. There is sort of a roughshod path that has been dug out of these grasslands from other horses that have gone to and fro over the last years. So it's a pretty well-worn path, wide as well. So you do pass by. You do see a number of other faster, either single riders or better horses, carts that kind of are getting ahead of you and making way a little bit more quickly. And you also, throughout the course of this first day of travel here, you pass by a number of people who are walking the other direction or riding the other direction. It's a fairly well-traveled path. Not tons of people, but enough that every hour or so you're seeing signs of life. So it's pretty difficult to get lost. You can see off to the north there is a small grove of what look like pine trees, perhaps. A little bit different than the types that you normally see in the densely populated forests on these 2 southern islands. They seem to be raised up a little bit on some hilly land. To the farther north there, the rainfall does seem to kind of give way to maybe like slight flurries of sleet or snow, but not very much. It's pretty much just misting rain and cloudy all day. So, no view of the sun, no view of the moons above, just densely packed clouds. So, dim light to travel by. You guys can talk amongst yourselves on the road if you so desire or not, but otherwise you're pretty much gonna have an uneventful day of traveling and make camp for the night.
Just offer some meat. Okay, every once in a while. Meat?
Yeah, I'll have something.
Millicent, how much of that bag have you gone through?
I don't know.
That
Maybe
was
like a
several.
quarter?
That was several pounds of smoked meat, Millicent.
I was hungry.
He's a
It's
growing
been a
girl.
day. One day.
I know, and that's why I'm trying to control and have some
Hasn't-
for the journey. It was just really good.
Hasn't it actually been like a week?
Yeah, it's been a
that's
while.
True, yeah.
She's held on for about
Yeah.
a week, so.
And she's
I don't
paced herself, yeah.
It's
And
just
the rest
starting
of
to
it at
get
the
a
bottom
little,
is now. Yeah, the rest of it at the bottom is now questionable.
chewy.
It's
You know, we have
fine.
actual rations, right? Like iron rations and hardtack and
Yeah.
stuff like that, so it's okay
Alright.
to toss some of the meat. If you want. I'll tell. Whatever.
Guess I could just eat more.
Millie eats meat.
I eat meat.
The return of chaotic meat.
Yeah.
Yeah. You guys do sort of veer a little bit off the main path and start to make your camp around like 6 o'clock thereabouts. Starting to get a little bit darker out, and you see all around fires just kind of start to go up a little bit further away from the path, some pretty much directly on the path. You see maybe 5 or 6 other camps within a couple of miles of you guys, so you feel a little bit at ease with the number of travelers that are around you, but perhaps those of you who would prefer to be a little bit less conspicuous are maybe less so. But Julia does set to attempting to make a fire.
I would try to help her.
I could just.
Yeah, she's gathered. It's a little bit tough to sort of get a fire that actually has any sort of volume. given that most of what's around is wet grass. But she does kind of wander off to another camp where they seem to have a little bit of a better grasp on this whole roughing it thing, and she's able to grab a couple of actual pieces of wood. And she kind of comes back and sets it on this patch of dirt that you guys are sort of trying to make camp on. You found a little bit of a raised patch. It's not just mud. She sort of sets the logs into a pile and just kind of looks at it, like trying to decipher its deeper meaning. And then
I would walk over and
Cinder just
set it up in the proper, like, little tent shape. Just
why does it have to have a triangle?
it feeds it.
What?
Fire has energy just like we do. It consumes air. That gives it space.
Triangular air.
Well, more space at the bottom.
Oh, right, because it goes up. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Lesson learned. She just kind of gathers her. She also is not dressed to travel. And you see she's still wearing the same, like, vaguely noble accoutrements and this sort of dress with, like, a vest over the top, but she just kind of gathers herself and sits down. She doesn't seem uncomfortable, but she seems like she's doing her best to fit in, and it's not doing a great job.
Julia, I think. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm sure we have something similar, but do you travel often? Do you need any help with anything?
No, and yes, that's why I brought you with me.
Yes, but if there's specifics, then we can know to help out with certain things.
Like most of the whole traveling stuff, I can guide the horses just fine, and I can usually talk my way into or out of things, but the rest of it is very foreign to me. I did not leave home for the first time until just a couple of months ago, so...
To get you some actual traveling gear once you get to St. Aelith.
Yeah, that would probably be a good idea. I feel like a buffoon.
It can just be one for 3 days.
Fair enough.
But I would maybe pay attention to all of us during this trip. I imagine once we get to your destination, they might expect you to know some of these things.
I don't... yeah, maybe so. I didn't really think of that. That's a good point. I don't suppose any of you was particularly good with a sword.
I mean...
How about an axe? Just like... tink.
That is a little much for me, but...
I just hold up my rapier.
Yes, that she has a rapier as well. It looks like it's barely ever been used. Do you think that some of these nights you could, I don't know, train me?
Probably.
I could factor that into your payment when we arrive.
We could spar some if you'd like.
Well, I don't know if I'm ready for a spar, but you could, like, show me how to hold it properly and,
That's a good start, yeah.
how not to hurt myself with it.
So let's start with that.
I feel like a spar would end in abject disaster.
Yeah.
That's what healing's for.
Sure, but, let's not waste our magic on that.
I prefer not to.
Kind of stands like, okay, what do I... Like this?
Okay, we're starting right now.
Yes, let's do
Just
it.
gonna go over and just like, alright, first of all, your hand's way too far up.
Oh, okay, you're not... Oh,
You're
right,
not supposed to hold on to the bottom
Okay,
part.
that
You're
makes
supposed
sense.
to-
Okay, yeah. What is this thing for? That thing that covers my hand. What is that doing?
Make it so that your fingers don't get chopped off.
Oh, that's good. Yes, I like that. Okay.
Yeah.
She just kind of like takes a wild swing, and you just like woo, duck out of the way of it. Aha!
Oh, you ready for sparring, Julia?
No. No, but good dodge. Good dodge. Okay, so this is pointy on the end, but pointy on the end, but not so much on the blade, right?
Correct. It's a
Stab-
stabby
it's a stabby
sword, not a
okay.
slashing.
Yes, I did a little bit of fencing when I was younger.
Did you?
Kind of stands, and you do see she has a little bit of that, sort of. I took fencing twice in 6th grade, and I remember maybe a little bit of it.
Yes. The posture is almost there.
You guys watch as over the course of maybe an hour or so, Rook just
Oh,
kind
yeah.
of gives Julia Sword 101. She
Yeah.
improves a
I'm
little
eating.
bit.
It's like entertaining.
She's clearly not unintelligent, but definitely unpracticed. But that is your evening's entertainment.
Yeah. With meat.
So they do that, and blah blah blah. My brain. Whoa, what the heck was that? Night goes by. You guys can take watches if you would so desire.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
I would.
Mhm.
You can.
How many groups do we need for that?
You could do them in groups of 2 and just do 4-hour shifts probably, because this is. Yeah, I mean, the rules of sleep are unclear, especially in this group. But
Yeah.
2 of you don't have to sleep at all, so.
Very good.
Well, I have a fairly watchful eye. If anyone wants to assist me.
I would like to watch with Julia.
Okay, works for me.
I could watch with two Celeste.
Alright, that sounds good.
I do not have a very watchful eye.
Duly noted. I will. Yeah. Good. Good.
So yeah, I'm just okay.
I'm fairly good.
Good. You want to go first then? While I'm
Really, you're welcome to join either of us.
or neither. You could just sleep.
Or neither, yeah.
It's true, she's a growing girl.
She is very young.
That's true, yes.
Well, I can do a watch too. I
See,
can do it.
this is definitely a little bit odd because Millie is like a couple of years younger than Julia, but there is a stark difference between the 2 of them in terms of maturity, perhaps. Well, you can watch with
Really,
whomever-
come
whomever
on.
you like.
Okay.
Okay.
You just hear kind of a rumbling within Cinder. Yeah, there we go. 3 and 3.
Oh yeah, there we go.
You're there. I don't know why I forget. I see the flame all the time, and I just forget.
Are you always here?
Hot in your dreams, Betty.
Okay. Well, you do 3 first.
Sure.
Sure. All right. You can. She will assist you with your watch as you guys kind of post up as nightfall has come, and indeed, with the cover of clouds, no moons in the sky, it is basically pitch dark, other than the light of the other fires, and most people seem to be keeping their fires going throughout the night to try and combat some of this oppressive darkness.
Then it's a good thing she's helping, because I don't have dark vision.
Nor does she.
Wow.
All right,
Oh,
12. Decent.
That feels right.
There's not too much to be seen, really. You can see, you can hear a couple of fires away, maybe like a half-mile away. Somebody seems to be playing a lute rather softly, but it's a pleasant little tune. Kind of helps you maintain your focus a little bit. See Julia is just sort of pacing a little bit.
Are you alright?
Yeah, I'm just, like, I have not been out and about very much, so.
How long have you been traveling?
Uh, 6 days.
Hmm.
I was in Gotthold for a number of months before this. Before that, I was back home in Fairburg.
Oh, I suppose I'm also fairly new to all of this. Traveling, that is, not the world, you already knew that part, but there are worse places to start.
I don't. What do you know of the ladder?
I know general climate. Apparently, it's fairly similar to where I'm from. Wet, rainy forests with strange things within. I don't know much of its people, but other than what we spoke of with the scaly one before, but and whatever it is Rook is on about with this religion that he seems to be foisting on Celeste.
There is some truth to that. What he says. It, when this was before I was born, but there was this surge, which was this sort of nationwide event that nobody really understood. Nobody really does still, as far as I'm aware. But it seemed for a brief moment there that things could go very, very poorly, and they didn't. But some bad things happened during it. We're still learning and studying the effects of how bad things were, but when it happened, Lord Byron Tarstak, the person in charge of these islands, he and his family were always followers of the new church since the Ascension. And until that point, nobody really had a state religion. But after the surge happened about 25 years ago, he was certain that the new gods, that the powers that be saved him and his people from destruction. So he said that they were going to henceforth have their worship be the official religion of his country and of his people. And of course, shortly thereafter, my family decided that we would do the opposite, right? As it got told, obviously. Till then, nobody really had a state religion. It was just sort of whatever you did, but they set the precedent, and now we do the same. But he has a lot of constituents who still worship the old gods and follow the old pantheon. So it's a little bit of a touchy subject here, just like worshipping Rook's and Ben's religion is a bit of a touchy subject back in Godshold. And the people of the ladder are I don't know how to say this without sounding like a pretentious butthead, but they're rather simple. They sort of just do the same things that they've always done, and they live their lives the way that they always have, and that's not a bad thing necessarily, but they don't change when the times would indicate that perhaps they should. And those who follow this new church, which is not really new, it's been around for centuries, but it's still called the new church. But those who follow the powers that be here were very, very happy when Lord Byron stated that as the official state religion. They thought that nobody should be allowed to worship anything else. To his credit, that's not what Lord Tarstak ever said, but they still, over the last couple of years, have been lashing out a bit. Which is a long way of saying, yes, I think it's probably true that Celeste and myself should not advertise our faiths very much in St. Aelith.
Though it seemed Rook was fine to advertise his in Godshold.
Well, for one thing, Godshold has a reputation of being a little bit more civilized, and for another thing, I question if there is very much about which Rook gives much of a shit.
Well,
if somebody
yep.
was to start trouble with myself or with Celeste, it would go very differently than if someone was to start trouble with him. That way.
I suppose. He did. I don't know. Not sure I understand him. I was hoping you would a little more since he was ostensibly traveling with you as you two were sharing a room when we met him.
I have only known him for a couple days longer than you.
He reacted quickly, and not in the way that most would to that situation.
There is something to him, and that is why I asked him to help me. Obviously, I'm paying him when we arrive, but
That might be the something.
it might be. I don't know. I'm not very good at reading people. But I think he might know Ben from before. But I don't actually know. He seems to know him a little bit.
Though I am new to all this, I am fairly good at reading people. And most of what I get from him is that he did not want to be read.
And what do you read from me?
Desperation.
I suppose I am not very good at concealing myself then.
Perhaps you will get better on the journey.
Perhaps. Hopefully where I'm going I won't need it as...
I was hoping to hear a bit more about that as we traveled.
Well, I can tell you now what I will tell you. My family wished for me to study somewhere. I want to study somewhere else. My family are not people that you say no to. Generally.
So you did not ask permission, you just made your own choice.
Had I asked permission, I would not have ever been able to leave the city again.
Fair enough. Hopefully you find what you're looking for in Snagra then.
Gods, I hope so.
I do someday intend to return to your homeland. Hopefully we can hear more about that as well sometime.
I will make sure to tell you what I think you should know when we arrive. But there is a lot I think you should know.
I suspect as much.
Right, well, I think you have a handle on all of this. I'm going to go to sleep. My arm hurts something fierce, and it's going to hurt even more in the morning.
Alright.
And it heads off a little bit early from the end of your watch here. Nothing else too much throughout that watch.
Okay.
Kind of hunker down. You don't have to sleep, so when the other watch comes around, you just sort of find a spot to chill out for a bit.
I would also, idly listen to the other watches, but just look
can.
dormant the whole
you
time.
will.
So, I don't know if there's any sort of, check to be made for them to tell that I'm still conscious. I assume they would not know how the Warforged works.
They would know how Warforged work. Well, Millie probably wouldn't. The other two certainly would. The question is how you work. Because you're not like any Warforged they have seen before. So I would say the three of you guys can do a nature or arcana check, and Millie with disadvantage.
Oh, jeez. It's not great to begin with. I would try. Damn it. Ah!
Alright.
Oh, Millie.
He those of you who got not a natural one can tell he probably is still conscious and alert. Millie, he looks like a tree stump. Probably is one.
Yeah.
You guys
No
can
doubt, no doubt.
begin your watch.
I will assist you.
Good idea.
I just roll.
Wow.
Something.
4.
There it is.
That's why I got you around here, Billy.
Nice. Celeste would be busy squinting over at Rook like.
And
you-
while you're squinting at
It's
me,
like-
I'll be playing my flute.
Anyway, here's one of all.
Oh no. It
For a
begins.
while.
Yeah, much like the other rest, there are enough people around you that there's not much to notice. You're fairly well insulated. There's not really anything in the way of nastiness throughout the course of the night. It starts to rain a little bit more heavily, so the fires all around you start to dim a little bit, but pretty quiet, pretty boring.
Celeste would still be fairly anxious and looking around.
I'll offer more meat.
It's
Turkey?
not good to eat late at night. And
I don't see a problem with that.
Anyways,
Emily, hold out another piece.
To go grab another one.
I'll use prestidigitation to like flavor it differently. Alright, go ahead.
What
Mmm.
does it taste like?
What did you do? What did you do to this?
Ranch.
Get a nice.
Like
It
ranch.
reminds you of this place back home that you used to wander through. It was a canyon that not very many people knew about, a hidden valley, if you will.
nah.
Ah.
Was not ready for that one. Okay. I like this a lot. Mm-hmm.
Good. Well, I can't do it for all of them.
One was good.
Okay, great. What's the last?
Yes.
Don't sound like that. I'm just saying a name.
I know, but I am terrified of what's the question that's going to come after.
What are you looking for here? I'm curious.
Honestly, just looking for magical anomalies for the most part. As far as anything that's weird with the good lines and whatnot, my previous research was mostly studying books and old ancient literature and whatnot, so I was interested in trying to actually see things now.
Well, I think as far as me and Millie decided we wanted to travel around a bit, so if you, I imagine if you want to stick with us for quite some time, maybe Roger will stick with us as well, but I'm sure we'll see plenty of things that will fit that.
Well, I certainly appreciate that offer, and I know that both of you seem to be in it for the long haul of traveling, though. Are you just traveling for the sake of travel, or is it just. Or do you have an intent?
I have an intent, but I also just want to see the world. I haven't seen too much of it outside Sutton Rock.
Very well, that's understandable, and I know Millie wants to see the world, if based on our last conversations.
Everything. I want to see all.
Okay, I'm still heavily concerned about the whole parent situation, but alas.
What is there to worry about? They let me go. They let me travel. It's my time to spread my wings and go.
Yes, keep telling yourself that. But so long as we all seem to get along, I see no issue with this. Look intently at Rook.
I'm sure we should.
Very well, okay.
Although I will be honest, I don't know jack shit about what's down south. I think that's more Millie's territory. I've never been there, and all that I've heard about it is that it's a really shitty desert. I guess the lower part of it. I've never been to the islands either.
Islands are cool. The continent itself is desert and dangers and big worms.
Big worms?
Yeah. There's all these big worms that kind of just come out the ground and just like eat people.
No, I don't care for that.
No. And that's why I left. It's one of the
You know
reasons.
what? I think that's a good decision right there.
And now we're going back.
Just for a very short time, Millie. It'll be all right. Quick stop to drop off Julia, and then we go right back up to the ladder.
Okay. All
To
right.
see
That
all
sounds
the
good.
cool things up here. Maybe go and see Ben's place along the way.
Ooh, yeah. I do want to see that. I want to see snow. Whatever that
Very
is.
tiny island. Snow? Have you not seen snow, Millie?
I
live in
mean,
a desert.
yeah,
No, I guess that's fair. Maybe one of the islands. I guess they're right in the middle.
that climate doesn't really have much for snow unless you go up north.
Well, I think these next few days will be a big change for you.
I doubt I'll get a full answer on this, but I am a curious Rook. Oh, actually, do you go by prefer Rook or Lucas?
You can call me Rook.
Okay. Any context on what you need to go do as far as that's concerned? Is it something illegal? Is that's really what I'm concerned about?
Hmm. It's a very big answer. Let's just say right now I'm looking for friends around the world. I don't have many friends right now other than Ben.
How delightfully vague. Okay.
I could be your friend.
Other than Ben and Millie.
Millicent,
In
not Millie. Okay, continue.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I will not call you that anymore.
Thank you.
And I would prefer you call me Rook.
Okay. I like Rook a lot.
Oh, excellent. Uh, let's just. I'll give you another vague answer. How about that?
Sure,
Let's say it has to do with Settenbrock, and I don't like them.
you
What's
know
so bad
there's
about them?
there's a number of things I could actually understand if that.
A lot of things, Millicent, a lot of things. There certain people that run that country are very bad people.
Hmm.
Some aren't, but I'm sure we'll get into this later.
Oh,
Well,
You
okay.
stick with me long enough.
At least in that regard, I can understand the sentiments. They aren't clean, to put it frankly.
No, not at all.
Okay. Sure. That makes sense.
Glad to have you on board, Millicent. Millicent, you really do just want to just travel and that's it, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, simple enough for me.
After our delightfully awkward conversation,
Yeah.
your watches come to an end as the faint glimmers of sunlight come up over the eastern horizon here. Hit our little there we go.
Short rest button.
You guys get a short rest. Also, yeah, to answer a question that Russ had, as of right now, preparation casters will still be preparing your spells after a long rest. Maddie, if you want to change anything that you prepared after your most recent long rest to account for that, you're welcome to do so now. And if that turns out to suck, then I might eventually consider changing it to letting you do that after a short rest. But for now, we're going to stick with it after a long rest.
Or even if it's just change 1 per short rest for variety, something like that. We'll see.
Something. I mean, we'll see. We'll fuck with it if it ends up being unfun, which it might not be. I don't know. The next day, you pick up your journey and continue heading eastward. Julia does seem to be favoring her arm a little bit after last night's activities. But she leads the horses onward and leads your cart onward to the east. Seems like most of the other folks around you were heading the other direction, so there's not too many other people around for the bulk of this leg of the journey. You're sort of past that northward copse of trees and into essentially just this muddy grassland. Some of it comes up to about the height of the cart, and the horses seem pretty unperturbed by it, like they're rather used to this. There are certain patches of grass that seem like they've been scythed through recently. I get the feeling that it's somebody's job to come out here and mow all these lawns every so often, and they probably do it about as half-heartedly as you would expect someone to do a task of that magnitude. But you continue onward.
If it becomes a challenge, I could get out and help with the ground with mold earth and just try and steady it for spots so that it could keep going. But
okay, yeah, I would say there probably are a couple of patches of mud that are a little bit of a pain to get through, and you can kind of assist in that endeavor. It might add a little bit of time to might take a little bit of time off your overall travel here. What is the highest passive perception in the group here? I believe it's
probably, unfortunately, my 16.
It's you and Celeste.
Probably.
16. I
Or
love
you,
that.
depending.
Again, I'm so happy that the highest passive perception in this group is 16.
I almost expertised it, but I decided to not, for once, have a good seer in the party, so...
Yeah, and I don't intend to ever take the feat observant again, so
Well, around maybe noonish. Although who could tell? North of you to your left, perhaps 25 feet off, the two of you with the highest passive perception, you can see what looks like an overturned cart.
Take it somebody had a worse journey than us.
As you kind of pass by it, you hear these faint, belabored sounds of horse pain.
Recent thing.
I would look around a bit more to try to see if...
You go ahead and make a perception check. Looking at a little bit closer. You're not doing anything yet to get any closer, but not doing anything to get any closer. But you kind of peer around. You see this cart is sort of toppled onto its left side, perhaps at an angle to the road, so you can see it seems to have spilled out a little bit of like cargo. It looks like a barrel and a crate of something, and there are two horses hitched to the front of it, and you can see only one of them from the angle that you're at, but one of them seems to be completely limp and not moving. And oddly enough, kind of leading up to where the cart is, kind of coming from the direction that you guys are going into now, the grass seems like it has been hacked away or cut away or something. There's just a patch, a line almost of missing grass.
Shall we give this a wide berth? Or are you concerned for the occupants of this?
I am concerned for the occupants of this, but I'm not sure.
What are you talking about? Oh.
Yes, the
Hmm.
overturned cart and the path leading away from it.
I would
Well-
assume more likely towards it.
But yeah.
Certainly feels like a trap to me.
How do you know?
I just know things, Millicent.
Or I guess robbing a caravan could be common anywhere, but is it particularly present in the latter? I mean, I can't imagine there's much foot traffic.
I don't really know.
Hmm.
It is also my first time here.
Rook, you seem familiar with this place.
Is this a normal occurrence?
As normal as anywhere.
Banditry? Yeah, okay. This kind of stuff can happen anywhere. It's not really specific to any place. People like to try their luck wherever they can. If
Oh,
it is in fact bandits.
If not something natural.
Could be a monster, I suppose.
Are we going to stand here and discuss it, or
I am concerned if it is if there are victims involved and it's not just a trap.
Well, at least feel bad for the horse, so...
Just the horror. Okay.
Well, I don't know if there's anybody else over there.
Sure. Do we want to go look into it?
If you'd like.
I
You do, Julia. I think you stay in the back of the cart.
Oh, yeah, I definitely will do that. You guys can just get out and go look at it if you want.
Yeah, maybe that.
I'll go. I'll just jump out.
wait. Nuance. Why?
Means we are going.
does this surprise you?
It's like start
No.
walking up to the cart.
But I can still be
Okay.
disappointed. Thanks.
Listen, wait, hold on. Wait for us.
Oh.
Millicent, as you kind of round the corner of this cart, the scene is horrific. The horse that you could see that was not moving and limp is completely it's dead. You can see it's got these enormous gashes cut out of its side where entrails are dangling and still actively bleeding. The other horse that was making sounds of pain seems to have ceased now, and you look at it and it seems like some of its body and some of its face are like dissolved away and missing
geez.
pieces. And you also find a body, or what's left of one, that seems to have also been victimized by something, as there are other burns and dissolves across some parts of what looked like it was at one point a human man. But the upper third of the body is just gone, like it's been hacked away by something.
Oh god.
Wait.
It's not pretty. It's like pull out my axe, like just looking around, like
Ooh, definitely not bandits.
Oh.
Just gonna precast Shillelagh.
All right. As you do that, on either side of your group here, you hear this sound of earth moving from behind and in front, as you see these insectoid, reddish brown, large creatures burrow up out of the ground and make eyes at you. We're gonna roll
Ew.
initiative.
oh no.
As you guys see a couple of these boys. You guys can position yourselves Imagine that the cart is perhaps roughly like here, and you guys were coming from that direction. If that makes sense.
Okay. Where was horses and stuff?
Horses were like here.
Okay.
That's a very rough drawing, but oh, let me just. There you go. Move yourselves.
Oh, thank you, thank you. Probably, I'll try like here then. So I see horse and dead body.
A little stack moving up.
Yeah.
Also grab the spirit because that might matter. I say it like there's any chance it won't.
Why am I drawing still? Alright, I'm gonna clear the drawing here. You see these boys up here?
Ew.
Hello.
Oh.
Big bug.
The
Oh,
big
no.
bug!
Ugh. Gosh darn my darn initiative. Why did I
It's
roll so
bug
bad?
time.
He's gonna kind of skitter up behind you guys here and use his acid breath.
Oh.
Acid spray.
I would prefer
As you see it kind of open its mouth like a fucking hydralisk and just. Yeah, that. There we go. What? I did it. I did the thing. Oh, haha, I see. There we go. Well,
Oh no.
one of you fails. Oh, Rook.
No.
You guys are just as it sprays this acid over you.
Ah!
You see the two on either side of you Rook duck down to kind of avoid the brunt of it, and you're just left standing there like, what?
What?
It's unpleasant. Indeed, Francis. This one is gonna come up and do the same, but from the other side.
No.
I would rather that they didn't.
Well, that's
That
a.
hurt.
Oh, Millicent fails that one. As
No.
Rook learns from his mistake and ducks down, and Millicent, you're like, haha, you got. What?
No. Not cool.
Rook, that brings us to you with Cinder on deck.
This action, I'll do steady aim to give myself advantage,
Alright.
and I will short bow. It's this one. Yeah.
That'll hit. Dig into this rough carapace that it has.
Oh, I see. I'm not looking so hot.
Yeah, you took some acid damage there. It was a little unpleasant.
Yeah. Okay. That's it.
Cinder, you're up. Celeste, you're on deck.
Man, this whole gritty realism thing is difficult. Yeah, sure, why not? I'll give it a try. I will cast a spell which appears to have the wrong DC. DC's 8 plus proficiency plus casting mod, right? Yeah. 8, 12. No, my DC just sucks. It is correct. Great. I will cast Maximilian's Earthen Grasp
Okay.
on the one nearest.
What does your earthen grasp look like?
Just a big hand.
You guys just see the earth next to this other Ankeg just kind of mold up into a couple of what look like pillars before you realize, oh, those are fingers. And then they reach up and grab hold of it.
He take damage. And he is restrained because he failed.
Yep, he's being held by this dirt hand.
Bonus action. I'll summon the spirit.
All right.
Right next to the one that is restrained.
Splashes outward from him, just lands next to him, and he fails the save, or his disadvantage, I guess. Yeah, he fails. And explodes a little bit.
Have some fire. And then I will
You
move
just
up
hear
to
this,
him.
like, "Yeehaw!"
Move up to him to do the usual. Bonus action to summon the spirit, so I'm assuming I'm probably unable to command him on his first turn?
I imagine so, yeah.
Okay.
So does he take the dodge action?
Yes.
Okay.
Take this turn,
Not
man.
this time around, but- Celeste, you're up. Millicent, you're on deck.
I'll look over at Rook and go. Do you think you're good for it now? Or do you need healing now?
I'm planning to drink a potion.
Okay. I'll trust you on that then. And I'll go ahead and just use Sacred
Your
Flame.
choice.
Yeah, I'll just use Sacred Flame.
All right. She just kind of like seems to be. Yeah, no. She just kind of points her spear at one of these creatures. And it lights the hell up.
Oh, that's my turn.
Millicent, you're up.
All right. I'm going to rage.
All right. She gets mad.
I get mad.
You guys see, you swear for an instant
Yeah,
as she
that's
just
what's
kind of
happening.
yells, this diamonds that protrude from the skin on her arms just kind of flare up with a bright light for a second, and some of the light doesn't dissipate.
Since I'd really appreciate if you went for that one. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I was like, I just started dashing.
Already running
Barrels
away.
towards it with this giant axe.
And then I will, of course, hit. That's
Well,
good.
you'll try.
I will definitely.
that'll
Yes. I sure will. And guess what? I get Divine Fury.
Oh, boy, that's a lot of damage. Oh, that's a lot of damage. Yeah. You slam your axe down into one of the forearms of this thing, and you actually chop off one of its pincers. It just kind of. It's unhappy with this development.
Is it?
And this one down here is gonna go. We're gonna see if he gets his acid spray back. He does not, so he is going to bite. Let's see which of the two of you he's going to bite. He's gonna bite Cinder. And miss. That's a big bummer. So he's gonna burrow down and away from you.
Is he able to while restrained?
Oh, he's restrained, isn't he? Oh, so he should have had disadvantage on that. Oh, he had advantage and disadvantage. Why he had advantage? Who's to say?
Good.
Doesn't matter. He missed anyway.
Yeah, that's odd. Anyway. Yeah, he's just there, I guess. Can he try to break the grapple? Break the restraint?
It is an action to do so.
Oh, well, then he's just posed. Held by a rock hand. This guy also does not get his acid spray back, so he's just gonna go for a bite on Millicent. Natural 1. I'm rolling hot today. He's gonna burrow away.
Ow.
You can take an attack of opportunity if you so desire.
I would sure love to do that. Alright.
And that'll be a swing and a miss.
No.
As it's kind of like dodging as it's nursing this injured pincer and just kind of skitters into the earth itself and goes temporarily out of your view. Rook, you're up. Cinder, you're on deck.
Action, motion.
All right, just kind of solid amount of health.
Yeah. I'll just shoot that one that everyone's surrounded. Woo.
I like restrain. That is a good thing.
Yeah, I like it too.
Especially since you have sneak attack on this one.
Hey.
Did that
Go
work?
up here. Oh yeah, good question.
should be.
Could be
Because
something.
automatically plus. Well, it should automatically
your
be
sneak
plus
attack is 1d6?
16. Yeah.
Yeah, so it should,
Yeah, 26.
yeah, so it should be plus 12 plus your dex 4, so it should be plus 16 and on top of whatever you rolled. Yeah, so it did not work.
6. So 9 more. I guess.
No, I think the yeah okay yeah we'll call it that. That's fine.
Because in the black one and the purple one, the one that I. Yeah.
What is the?
I don't know how to fix
What
that.
does it say? 2g6
Yeah,
plus 4.
I'm really not. I think it's green,
green.
dice. Yeah,
Green.
which is the grid
Oh.
dice. It's just not really working the way it's meant to.
Okay.
We'll figure it out later, but for now, yeah.
Okay.
Right, you take a pot shot at it with your short bow. You get a really solid hit into it. It is looking at very poorly. It's oozing this greenish, thick, syrupy blood from lots
I
of
guess
holes.
actually. Could I just like climb on top of the cart?
Yeah, you can do that.
Okay, I'll get up there.
Yeah, you're about 6 feet off the ground.
Fine.
Cinder, you're up. Celeste, you're next.
Action, make the hand do a squeeze.
This is gonna be very bad for it.
Wish the buck.
You smash the beetle.
Smash the wheel.
Squeeze.
Yeah, you just. It is looking real bad.
Bonus action, command spirit. Teleport.
Yup.
My new every combat thing.
Pretty great. You just kind of see them just
Sure is.
in a tornado of fire and just appear elsewhere. And where they left, he takes. He's gonna make a dex save, which he's probably not gonna succeed, and then he's gonna die. Oh, he's good!
Oh.
And that is a save or suck.
Yeah, all right. He doesn't take any damage.
Oh.
Oh wait, hold on. Am I using the correct save there? Hold on, let me grab the one off of his. Yes, it is the same DC, so that
Succeeds.
succeeds.
All right, Celeste, you're up. Millicent on deck.
All right, I'll go ahead and hit the same one again. I'll go ahead and use. Go ahead and use Toll the Dead on this.
Okay.
Excellent.
With that, its head you just hear this, and then it just explodes. Mostly
Fine.
under the grip of this earthen hand.
Ah,
1 point.
Yep.
Yeah. Great. Love that. That's my turn.
Especial.
Anything else?
That should do it for right now.
Millicent, you're up. You can't currently see this other one. He's under the ground.
Yeah, I'm just going to hold an attack for wherever it appears.
All
If
right.
it's near me, I'll attack.
It's gonna burrow out right about here. Actually, probably right here. Let's see if he has his acid spray back. He does not, so he's gonna go for a bite. He is out of your reach, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But he's gonna take a bite at Rook. Because you're up on top of the thing. I'll say you get some cover from that, but he misses. So that'll be his turn. This is kind of like scraping up the sides of this cart that you're standing on top of.
Okay. I'll do my steady aim thing. Just stab him with it up here.
Okay? Yeah, that'll hit.
Up here. That's fine. That's
Take
it.
a stab downward at it, and you've seen it poke out one of its eyes. It's still holding on, but it's definitely mad. Cinder, you're up. Celeste on deck.
See the range on Maximilian's is. It is pretty big. Action, move the hand over to him and grab him.
You can do that.
Damn. Takes half, is not restrained.
Okay. not a bad amount of damage there.
Bonus action, have the spirit throw a little fire.
Kind of like hops up on your shoulder and just misses.
Does Stellar. I'll have him just move around like the other
Does
side.
best. Celeste, you're up. Millicent, you're next.
Alright. I'll go ahead and do another bing bong.
All right. Bing bong.
Excellent.
Bing that bong. Decent amount of damage.
Nice.
Brooke, you see this thing just kind of suffer at the hands of something.
And yeah, that'll do it.
All right, Millicent, you're up.
I'll run. Don't hurt my friend! And an attack.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, so all this damage. Why is it? Why is it? I'm trying to adjust. Alright. See if that works. What? Did it apply to myself?
I just think it applied to nothing.
Okay, that was weird. Alright, let's try that again. Jeez.
Oof.
And then I do get the Divine Fury.
Yep.
And then I'll add that 1 damage I get for Rage. So it's just 3 extra bludgeoning. Hopefully that went through. Yep, that's it.
You watch as she just barrels up to this thing without a care in the world and just slams down right into its back with her axe and carves it several inches into it, and you see her arm just pulse with this vibrant light for a second as just kind of shoves it in a little bit further.
Oh, it's the power of friendship.
Ah!
Or the power of an
Still
axe.
does not get his acid spray back, so he is going to go for a bite on Millicent.
Come at me! Don't hurt
God,
my
I
friend.
can't do a damn thing. Yeah, that's it.
Ah!
Brooke, you're up.
Steady aim, stab. Yeah,
Oh, he gone.
good.
With that, you just
Alright.
stab it through the brain as it's distracted by Millicent's axe, and it just kind of falls limp. It just kind of sloughs off of your axe blade there, Millicent.
Just like wipe it off. Off my
Excellent
pants.
teamwork.
Mm-hmm.
And you
Well,
are
that was. Yeah, that was disgusting. Are you all
Oh,
right?
Yeah.
Enough, yeah.
Cannot be said for the people at the cart, but
What in the hell were these?
Disgusting.
giant ant creatures. I don't know.
Anybody who wants to can make a
Bug.
nature check.
Sure. Yeah. Close one. At least it's not -1.
Well, nobody
The
here
one who
knows-
asked rolled high.
Nobody really knows what they are. Cinder, they bear some resemblance to some creatures that you may have encountered in the past before. They definitely seem to be insectoid, ambush predators that burrow and try to basically dissolve whatever is threatening them with their acid before biting them and bringing them below ground to finish them off. There may have been more people on this cart.
That are not present.
Correct.
Well, could have gone worse.
Yeah.
Did you finish them?
Yep.
Yes.
Very
All good.
Very good. Oh, do we just go then, or what?
Rook wants to look at the cargo.
Yeah.
What? God.
But they might have something useful.
Right.
Quickly
They're not
rifle
using
through.
it.
You can get 9 days worth of usable rations.
Oh, see,
Out
Whoa.
of it. Basically,
Put on the
that's
cart.
it.
Does it grab it? Can I put it on the cart? I start walking over.
Now, what have I wanted? Guess they're not going to eat it.
That is correct. Well, not bandits.
Certainly not. But it wasn't a trap, and those things are now dead, which is overall a net win, so...
Yeah.
Could I use? I guess probably not. Grasp is not like Big B's where you get a hand with any sort of dexterity. It's just grabby, right?
I think so, yeah.
I was gonna say, see if I could use it to like flip the cart, but
You could do that, probably. Not especially dexterous.
try to like just make it pop up under it and see if I could right the stricken cart to see if there's anything else about it, or if it's better than ours.
Uh,
Help lift it up.
It may have been, but one of the wheels is completely dissolved in this puddle of acid that it was laying in at this point. You wager it would probably be more trouble than it was worth to get it moving again. At the very least, at the very most, you could grab a wheel or two to save for yourselves in case you need a repair.
Is that kind of thing commonly needed? I know these carts are like rented to some degree.
I mean, maybe not commonly, but if
With
we'll
this-
need it, then we'll need
With
it.
this type of terrain, I suppose it wouldn't hurt.
And if it's not needed, could you sell it to the place that you return the cart?
Maybe not sell it, but we could just give it to them and be like, hey, here's a wheel.
Fair enough. Do you want them?
Sure.
We take the time to get one.
He could pretty much just...
The hand is active for
Yeah.
a while, so I could just.
Oh. Let's
Yeah.
take them then, yeah.
Rock hand pulls
Yeah.
wheels off cart.
Yeah, if you need help, I'll help you. Help
You
the
can
hand.
carry them to our cart.
Yeah. It's like...
You get wheels.
Happily
Wow.
everything.
Sure is exciting.
Break off a little chunk of extra wood just for me to have with my woodworking kit.
There you go. You have wood. As Millicent does cartwheels.
Does she?
Maybe. Maybe a
Can't
little
you
bit.
do? Can't you do a cartwheel?
I don't know. Let's see.
Make an acrobatics check.
Ooh. Probably
You're in the
not.
swamp.
Yeah, she won't do it with the wheel. She's not good at acrobatics.
He kind of does a
Average.
headstand and then just sort of flops down into the mud.
You need to keep going with your you failed. Got it. Never mind.
That was on purpose. Okay.
Starts making
Like-
mud angels.
Yeah.
Right, let's get going before more of those things come back, huh?
Yes,
Agreed.
alright.
Yeah.
Good
Let's
idea.
go.
Just has like all the mud on me.
Ugh.
Hop back in the cart.
You wanna, Brooke, you wanna just prestidigitation that?
Oh, sure. Yeah. Alright, doing that.
Clean off the mud
Yeah.
from the
Yeah,
tiles.
thank you.
No
Thank you.
problem. Yep.
All right.
Onward, Julia.
Hey. Snaps the reins. Onward and upward. The rest of the day's travel is, fortunately, uneventful. And come...
I will do my best to carve a little smaller oncake out of the wood that I took as we go along. Just
Sure. You're proficient with those tools?
Yeah.
You can go ahead and do a probably dex check with proficiency bonus.
I suspect that won't go great. I was correct.
It's serviceable. You make the beginnings of like a little on keg. You guys
Bug
just see
thing.
there as Cinder whittles.
souvenir of that moment?
I've been taking note of the things that I see as I travel. Kind of reach into my bag and pull out a little book with lots of different plants sticking out of it and a couple more small, like wooden creatures. The others from my forest will also have not seen these things. I thought it would interest them to see what else is out in the world. Those were interesting, maybe a kind word, but in this form, interesting. He has like a little like whale-looking creature for one of them, and some more other like aquatic type things from down below.
Weird.
I think it's nice.
Yeah, honestly, I do something similar with my notes, so it's a good habit to keep.
Kind of flips through the book, just sticks in another plant from randomly near us. It's like literally just random garbage, like
Like
pieces
a blade
of like
grass.
yeah, like pieces of grass, like the occasional weeds, some flowers here and there, just whatever he sees. He's like, As he's leafing through it, you see there's writing on the book and just puts it all away.
I guess you wouldn't have to worry about poison ivy or anything.
What?
A type of plant that makes most people with, fleshy skin very itchy.
That sounds unfortunate.
Very,
Yeah, so-
and there's several plants that do that.
Do you itch?
I don't think so.
Interesting.
What is itch?
An unpleasant sensation.
Yeah.
I mean, the acid from those creatures was an unpleasant sensation.
Less in pain, more in annoyance.
It's like when you can't remember a word, but on your skin.
Oh, yes, I've experienced things like that. Pulls out a little, like, crystal from his bag. This is what happens when people like us get struck by lightning. I think it's probably similar. It's a little piece of, like, lightning glass.
I don't know if it is.
What? You got struck by lightning?
Yes, we live in the trees.
And oh.
Okay.
Okay. How are you alive?
It is unpleasant.
Imagine so, yeah.
Of the Warforged's equivalent of itchiness is getting struck by lightning. I will.
It is safe to assume he doesn't really understand the concepts.
Yeah.
I.
Millicent believes you 100%.
That's the goal
Like-
for Russ, the player, if not for actually saying it.
All right, you guys bed down for the night. You guys can. There are fewer fires around, but a couple here and there, and you can. So you probably gathered a couple pieces of that cart that you could use for firewood tonight, and you can do watches as you desire.
Watch out for bugs.
Yeah.
Who wants to watch when?
Don't matter.
Which same as
Wherever.
last night.
Sure, that'd be fine.
I can walk with them if you prefer, Celeste.
Well, no, no. Also, who of us has dark vision?
Not me.
Not me.
Me. Just me.
Well, you and I, then. So important to note for future watches, if anything. Just
Oh, so maybe I should stick with them, actually. First one.
yeah, yeah.
Okay.
That's more what I'm getting at.
Yes, got it. Alright.
She wasn't avoiding you, it was honest.
It can
You
be
guys
both.
Can...
Alright, Cinder.
Julia
You,
will go
me,
wherever.
Julia.
Okay. Who wants to? I guess I can watch this way, and you two can watch that way. basically, you guys can divide the checks however you'd like.
I can sit in between both of you and keep a lookout in general with dark vision.
Perhaps you can help me out, and Cindy
Yeah, I'll
seems
do
to
that
have a
part.
better eye, I think.
Yeah.
Actually, I'll help you out because you can see in the dark.
Great.
Cinder, sure is dark out here. You're distracted a little bit by some of Zark's just sort of humming a tuneless song.
I wish I could see in the dark.
Rook, you do see what seem to be some sort of nocturnal carrion birds, not too far away, just sort of hovering over an area. You wager might be another Ankheg attack victim, but nothing that you're especially concerned about.
Okay.
It's essentially what you see on your watch. If there's anything else
How long have you been up here, Cinder?
Up, like on
Up
Skybound?
here. Yeah.
Since a day before I met you.
Wow. Really new.
Yes.
it was about 3 days before you met him, but yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right. We had to travel across.
So do you come from Riften or something?
Brain. I don't think I remember where that is.
You went Skyrim, bud. Spindrift is probably what you're thinking of.
Oh, fuck, no.
I was like, I don't remember any of this.
My bad, my bad.
It's in the same part of the map as Riften is.
Yeah.
You're excused.
Yeah. Spindrift.
I spent about a year and a bit longer there.
How is it
Well,
there?
I say there. In the vicinity. They leave often on ships to go find resources and food or take things from other people to better themselves. That was one of the groups that found me.
Found
So-
you?
I did not know where I was going. I found my way to the sea. It was a bit aimless. One of the journeys that they were on, the ship came across me and they brought me in. Convinced me that they had saved me. And in exchange, I needed to repay those services to them. So I spent a little over a year down there.
What
is
about
not a-
your forest? Did you just decide that one day you want to leave?
Not exactly.
Okay.
I never wanted to leave, but sometimes we have to do things we don't want to.
I can sympathize with that.
And they just let you up into Rise?
There's one thing that seems to be the same up here as it was down there. Most people are either afraid of me because I'm a walking fire, or don't care enough to stop me.
Hmm.
I also haven't tried to go anywhere apparently very challenging yet, so I expect that will change.
I think it's very lucky that you got up here then. Just because not a whole lot of people that are down there come up. Or rather come back up.
We talked about that in Spindrift. Most of them spoke rather harshly of the lands up here.
Neither are great from my perspective. That's
So far, this is better.
I guess I can imagine that.
Have you been down below?
No.
Don't.
I don't exactly plan on it. I'd like to explore, but that's maybe a step too far.
Someday I shall return, but not yet.
You want to return?
Of course, I never wanted to leave. The forest is my home. The rest of the abyss, or sorry, the depths, might be challenging, but I wish to return home.
Then why are you up here?
Just holds up the crystal to find answers.
Alright.
And what about you? I know Celeste is not from around here. You seem very familiar with the latter. Is this where you come from?
No, I'm from Sutton Brock.
I see. Though you don't seem to. No offense. Kind of gestures at Julia. Don't seem to align with what little I know of them.
There's a lot of history in Sutton Brock, and not a lot of it's very pretty.
It's a hard statement to disagree with.
Maybe sometime you can tell me more so I know what to avoid when I go.
I'm sure if we ever get there together, the people there will be very interested in you.
So she has warned me. Though the rest of the information she holds over my head until the end of this journey.
Likewise.
Perhaps you and I can... or perhaps not.
I am not well traveled, but I am like to think that I was not born yesterday. You could take my money if you wanted to, but you can't take my information.
I have no
That's
need of
true.
money.
I have but one card, and I will hold it in my hand until it comes time to play it.
Smart move.
I did learn from the best.
Hmm. I'll just take out my flute and play.
Alright. You guys can wrap that up. Celeste and Millicent can take your watch.
I'll assist you on the watch.
Yep.
Very dark. I can't see much. It's like trying to like.
Yes.
squint.
Well, aside from the clouds, unfortunately, this month is rather unlucky. The moons only appear during the day and leave the night unguarded and, well, more dangerous.
You basically
Hello?
notice the same thing that Rook did. There seems to be a murder of crows not too distant from you to the north, you imagine. A little bit odd that they're doing their thing in the middle of the night here, but food time is food time.
Millicent, I know you wish to travel, but is there anything else that you want to do? Like, what do you... Let's say if you do manage to travel to every place that you want to go, like, what do you plan to do after that?
Didn't really think that far ahead. Well, I guess if there's a place I like, I guess I would settle there. I don't know, or maybe I'll just keep traveling. It depends on my mood.
I mean, you mentioned your people or your family lived in the desert, correct? Like, what was life like there?
Well, I live in a little small tribe. This is our family tribe, but we just kind of travel around the desert, and that's pretty much it. It kind of, I mean, I guess saw some interesting things, but it's kind of dangerous and just wasn't for me anymore. I wanted to see new things, mainly not the desert, and kind of just went with it. Said bye, Mom, and went for it.
Oh, okay. Sure. I won't pry more into that. But if you need any help or if you want to talk or if you have any concerns, you're welcome to chat with me. I won't pry any more than as needed if I am actively concerned.
Kind of remind me of my mom.
I get that a lot.
Have you been elsewhere besides Godshold?
A few travels here and there, but not a lot. My work usually keeps me centered in one area for the most part, and it's very busy work, you know, reading and researching and all that.
What made you change and decide to do more exploring?
Oh, well, I mean, makes more sense to research the actual things themselves than reread it or read it secondhand, basically.
Oh. Yeah, I don't do too much reading, so that kind of sounds boring to me. But that makes sense why you would want to go. Any place in particular?
Not currently. I just figured to start my travels and see if the locals had any information that might be useful and might be odd compared to what we expect out of the grid lines, as it were.
Well, I could stick around with you if you want me to.
I
Fellow
appreciate that.
traveler.
It's nice to see a happy face on the road, so.
Yeah. Do you not like Mr. Rook? It's like kind of point towards his direction.
Well, you see, I would also take an extra long glance at Rook to make sure he's actually asleep.
Make a perception check.
How much of this is actually against Rook, and how much of this is just us not trusting Robin?
Oh, damn it, that was persuasion. I'm sorry.
Oh.
That's
Can
fine.
we
It's a,
roll?
it's a nat 20.
Okay. Of course you get a nat 20 on that.
Yeah.
Rook, are you asleep?
Oh, yeah, I need sleep, so yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess I guess none of you is an elf. You're both half elves. So
Yeah,
I'm awake.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah, Cinder's awake.
you didn't look at Cinder.
I sure didn't.
No, you didn't.
I'm also not as suspicious of Cinder, so. Let's just say, not everyone's as genuine and forthcoming as you, Millicent. I think Mr. Rook has his agenda and his beliefs, and if you can't get a proper read on someone and understand what they want, then it's good to keep your distance. You don't have to be rude at all. That's not 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 good, but just be wary.
Hmm. I mean, that's fair, but he seems like a nice guy. I mean, he helped us out. I mean, I don't know what there is to. I don't know. I think you should give him a chance.
No, I don't worry. I'm not disregarding him. It's just wariness. It's
Or are you just shy?
sure. I'm shy. Let's go with that.
Okay. Just thinking to myself. Continue look in a random direction.
And she kind of looks off. You see that little metal crab that she has in her bag just kind of crawl up onto her shoulder and just kind of peer over at you, Celeste, and just kind of like with its pincers, and then it just dive bombs back into the bag.
Isn't she wearing like a tank top?
Yep.
Yep.
Millicent, did you not feel
Hmm?
that on your shoulder?
Feel what?
The little metal crab, it moved again.
You mean Steve? And I just like pull out Steve. He
Yes.
doesn't move. I mean, I can move him like manually, but he doesn't move. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay. At that point, I would just pull out my notebook and look up the lunar calendar or something and be like,
Okay.
Don't know.
You guys get
Don't
your
have a
short
response.
rest.
Was gonna do one other thing on my rest, but I forgot to when we were up. So I would
fine.
say, like, as we're getting up, we could do this. I would ask Rook, "You got hit pretty bad in the last fight. Will a night's rest be enough, or would you like some help?"
The night rest should be fine.
I just know
Appreciate it.
the weeks can be long, so depending on what you need, hold up the little healer's pack. I can help without spending too much if you need it.
I should be fine.
And anybody who wishes to can toss a hit die out there.
I would love to.
Very nice.
Wow. That's a great. No. Wow.
ooh, oh, that's spicy.
No.
Ooh.
now you want to heal? Well, there are a whopping 3 hit dice.
He's only got a 3 wound.
Oh, really? I thought it would have been more after that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
mine's was like exact.
Okay,
I was
got
like,
it.
That
what
potion,
a-
too.
Yeah, that's right. Again, you guys can't. I
But-
guess I didn't have to say that. Sorry, but yeah, I forgot. You guys can't see each other's hit points.
oh,
Yeah.
If you
Correct.
want to inform each other of how you're doing, that's just fine. But I thought in those instances
That was-
where you didn't want to,
Yeah.
That was my assumption based on what I saw him go through yesterday, that he might still be rough.
Yeah.
But if not,
he was pretty good with the potion that he drank there. So
I imagine I probably wouldn't be super familiar with potions for the most part. Probably weren't a
You
lot of them
know-
in Spindrift.
you know,
I know of them, but I
herbs.
imagine I probably never used one.
Oops.
you probably would have used a few while you were in Spindrift, or at least
Yeah.
become in contact with them. Yeah, not a ton, but you know that you get the general idea of what they do.
Cool. Yarhar piratey potion.
Yarhar fiddle-dee-dee. So, just closed my calendar, but I need to reopen it. The following day is a shorter day of travel, heading eastward until eventually you can see the city of St. Aelith in all its glory and splendor. It is sarcasm. It's enormous and shitty, especially in comparison to God's Hold. You wager it probably has about as many people living in it as God's Hold did, but they are a lot less densely packed. The buildings here are caked with mud and largely thatch-roofed, single-story buildings, other than the enormous meeting hall in the center of the city, where the Tarstack family gathers every month or every other month to discuss things. The city itself is pretty spread out. It's got maybe like an 8-mile radius before it, or 8-mile diameter before it really just sort of starts to peter away. It's that's not quite the vibe I'm going for, but there we go. But you know, you got like a building here, a building there, a building here. The actual city proper is maybe 2 miles across. And it starts to get pretty densely packed, and you guys kind of make your way deeper in and deeper in as folks start to be on the road and on the street here. It's maybe a couple hours afternoon at this point. Pretty populous, and people actively going around and doing stuff. There is a stable near the sort of outer edge of the city. Not really too definite of a border, but there is a spot where Julia can bring the horses that you guys have. So, do we want to keep these ones, or do we want? How long are we planning on staying in the city?
I don't need to be here long. I just figured to grab supplies and if we need to rest here.
Okay.
I'd like to get some supplies. And
Which one?
maybe supplies for Julia as well.
I'll leave the horses in the cart here, and we can come back and get them tomorrow. Then
Sounds good.
I guess find a place to rest and get ourselves some rooms, and then hit the town for whatever we need.
Yeah.
You guys can see, like God's Hold before, mostly human population here. A handful of the other more common races as well. Not too much in the fantastical area. Mostly, dwarves, elves, halflings, gnomes, but largely human. All different shapes and sizes, though, and they seem to be going about pretty mundane, sort of day-to-day labor. You guys kind of walk through the streets here for a bit. You can see now, as you're kind of nearing the city center, but the meeting hall is what Cinder, you recognize to be an enormous upturned ship. The rest of you don't really recognize that particular shape, but it's very, very big and looks very, very old.
That came from down below. That what is now a building. That's a ship. A little bit bigger than the one I used to sail on, and upside down. Used to be a ship.
Odd. Wonder if it. Honestly, I don't have an explanation as to how it could end up here after the ascension, but here it is.
Unless it's been here the whole time, in
Probably
which case it's an
pre-ascension.
impressive
Yeah.
bit.
As you guys are kind of walking and marveling, you see this this woman, human woman, maybe like late 30s. She kind of has this close cropped red hair, 3 earrings on both ears, and kind of yellow garments. Just kind of comes up. She seems to look at Rook for a moment. Just kind of goes, "Well, Master's mercy, they'll let just about anybody into this city these days, won't they?"
Oh fuck, it's you. Well,
Yeah, it's me, all right.
I thought you were out west by this time of year. How have
No,
you
here
been?
I am. I've been well, pretty well, on my own these days, but doing pretty well. And
That's
and
good.
yourself?
Oh, on my most of the time on my own. These people are just with me for the moment.
Sure.
Yes, yes. So, how have things been with the kids?
Oh, they're both all right. One of them was a bit touch and go there for a while, but things have settled down. Say, we're having a card game tonight at the Black Dragon's Breath. If you're interested.
It's a private game.
Oh, we're friends.
I can stop on by.
Good. See you there. Just kind of nods.
Great.
Walks off.
Old friend?
No.
A
I would hope
business
not. That is
associate?
probably the awkwardest interaction I've ever experienced.
No, I just met her.
Yeah.
As for kids and
What?
I'm
Whatever.
just gonna throw one of those.
Make a roll that's appropriate, Rook. Never met that woman before.
okay.
Seems I'm just gonna play a quick card game tonight, and maybe after that get some supplies for myself.
All right. I mean, were we just gonna go get supplies right now?
Well, the thing is, for potion materials, you need a bit more money than I have.
Oh, I don't get it.
much is that?
I have 20 gold on me.
What is considered a lot?
Of money?
How much do you
Yes.
have?
Not a lot, I am gathering.
And how much?
More than 20 is okay. More than 100 is looking good.
Hmm.
And how much do you need for potion making?
Like for one, I assume maybe about 5 more gold.
Oh, well. Just gives him 5 more gold.
Excellent. Thank you.
Listen, if I can do a lot of healing, but if we're going to be dealing with multiple issues throughout the week, then it might be beneficial for everyone if there's more potions.
Yeah, I imagine if on the road to this place we ran into giant ants, can't imagine the forest is going to be any better.
It does look somewhat similar to what I'm used to. Might be able to lead us away from nastiness, depending on what it looks like. It'll be the first forest I've seen up here.
And I will pray that that is true.
Right, well, I suppose we find a place to.
Right,
Stop.
yes, place to stay.
All right, you guys.
What about the place that you're going tonight?
No, we're not staying there.
Right.
As you puzzle over that, we'll go ahead and take a break here. We'll be back in
Sounds
15
right.
or so.
What did you
Hello.
say that place was called?
The Black Dragon's Breath.
Black Dragons.
We're back. And you guys are able to find a spot to stay. It's a little on the ramshackle side, but you find a little inn called the Blue Door, which is just an inn that has a blue door, and there's not really
Nice.
much other signage. You get the feeling that's how most of these places are probably named.
Well,
Then how did Black Dragon's Breath get its name?
Not all of them, just most. Because it's built inside the skull of a black dragon. No, it's not.
that'd be far too interesting for a place like this.
This is the largest city in Threvatn, and the largest city in the ladder. The only city in Threvatn. But there's a good number of people here. It's just spread out. Suppose I can go ahead and throw the map up for the folks at home. We don't have a map of the city, obviously, but we have a map of the surrounding area. So yeah, you guys can, it's about mid-afternoon at this point, so you can kind of head in, and Julia will pay for rooms for you guys. This is a single-story inn, so there's pretty much like there's a little front area where you can get rooms, and then there's just a hall with rooms. So very Spartan, but pretty solid for what it is, and she's able to get a night for all of you guys. 5 rooms.
Well, this will do for now at least.
Will
I need it
work.
for the night.
Not planning on staying here for much longer than that, so.
Yeah, I'm fine with getting on quickly.
Right, well, Cinder, if you're interested in seeing what kind of herbs I use to make potions, you're welcome to join me.
Sure. That'd be good.
You two, I think it'd be in our best interests if you were to possibly help Julia find some actual traveling attire.
Oh,
That
yeah, I
I
could
can
help
do.
with that. Yeah.
Millicent,
Mhm.
I'm sure there's more meat in the city.
Why
That's
did
what
you
I'm gonna
say
look
that?
for.
Oh
Okay,
god.
We're on the same wavelength.
Wait, where? Okay, damn it.
let's go, Cinder.
Let's go shopping.
Shopping.
She's
Thank you
going.
for the 5 gold.
Yeah, have fun with child support. Goodbye.
That's how much I have, by the way, if you need more.
5 gold?
Yeah, that's it.
Cinder, that is not a lot.
I am realizing that now.
Yeah,
We need to
we're
buy things.
once Julia is not paying for us, we're gonna need to have some money.
Ostensibly, won't she pay us once she stops paying for us? Or pay all of you, I guess? So we will
I
have
guess
money.
pay them too.
Not you?
I mean, more of a not a physical payment, more of a information payment for me.
Ah, she did not make that part clear to me. I assumed
Yeah.
you were for something more standard.
No, well, I think she might be paying me a little bit of actual money, but mostly the information.
Something about her family?
Yeah. Go buy some herbs, yeah?
Sure.
I tried to find some potion making herbs.
Okay.
Herb.
Herbs.
Here's
Herby.
herbs. Looking for herbs.
Herbs.
Yeah, I would say just go ahead and make like a general investigation check.
I help.
Okay. See, these are the types of herbs we're looking for. See if you can find some.
Flips through the book, throws away some grass.
Yes.
Okay. Moment. Trying to remember what the herb. Yeah, so what you're looking for mostly is sage root is sort of the primary thing that you know to look for healing potions, and you're able to find some places where you can purchase that pretty easily.
Yes. While I'm there purchasing it, is it 25 gold, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll ask is there? I'll ask if this is grown in the forest anywhere.
Your shopkeep is this female human, probably pretty young, maybe early 20s. She looks like she's probably a farmer or something of that nature. Simple clothing. Some in some of the sort of brush in the forest, you can find that. Among a lot of other stuff, but
yeah, but I say, is it also very dangerous there?
Depends on what part of the forest you're gonna be in.
Going towards the triumvirate.
That path is pretty okay. We've been having some trouble around, like in the grassy area between us and there, with like onkegs and stuff.
Yeah. I've encountered that.
And people say that there are nasty creatures in the forest too, but if you stay on the path, you're usually okay. Usually.
Oh, great.
I've never been out that way, but I know people who have.
Alright. I think that's all I need then. Just one of the sage root.
Buy that.
That's all I need, Cinder. You want
He's just kind of looking at him.
No, I would like to mark that before you use it in your potion, though.
Okay.
I might be able to help you find more as we're traveling.
Yes, that would be excellent.
How far away did you say they grow?
It's kind of just in like the scrub brush in the woods.
Miles.
You need a lot of it. She's basically selling like basically like little pods, like kind of, or like little nubs, basically, that kind of shoot out on the ends of some of the stalks.
If you had more money to make more things or better potions, is there anything else here that you would buy?
Just the ones that heal us. That's all I'm really interested in making.
Are there any others more expensive or more important than that one?
I could add stuff to it to maybe make it more potent.
To the shopkeeper lady, may we see?
You can see what she's got, yeah.
Would just take note of them, because I want to learn what kinds these are for the area. Because locate plants is a ritual and works in 5 miles. So I'm going to have that. So once you can tell Cinder what these different things are, he will just do that every now and then as we go along to try and look for stuff.
Very beneficial. I appreciate that.
Yeah, so there's mandrake root, which is kind of the other thing that you would likely find here because it's very, very wet. And that can be used to do like cure disease. Another thing that might be helpful. And another thing that you are sort of interested in looking at is hemlock, which there is some there as well, but Not very much.
Point it out.
Hmm?
Said I'll just I'll point those two out to him as well then.
How much would those cost?
It depends on what you wanted. You basically need to spend a certain amount to be able to make a potion of that type.
Okay, cool. What would hemlock do? I
That's
assume.
it's a poison. Yeah.
I was gonna say, I assume not friendly things.
Yeah. But that's one of the only other things that either of you recognizes here.
Cool.
And it seems like the shopkeep might not necessarily know that that's what it is.
Cool.
We can find enough of those out there in the wild, and depending on the payments after Julia, maybe we can stop back up here at a point.
I think we could benefit from that, yeah.
Alright. Thank you, shopkeep.
She's just been kind of looking at Cinder this whole time.
Yeah.
The others of you, what would you like to do?
I would make sure to put on, like, a basic cloak or whatever over my usual armor.
Okay.
And oh, just try to look around and search for where the general market area would be.
Yeah, there is one near the center of town. Not nearly as impressive as the one in God's Hold, but there are folks who have stalls set up, who have little tables and benches and kind of like tents.
Well, all right, Julia. I think the first thing is to try to find you some more comfortable clothes to just it makes it easier to travel in.
It's fair, yeah.
Let me think. And do you have plenty of rations and
Any what?
sorry, plenty of rations
Yes,
and
I'm good on food.
okay, yeah, just comfortable boots, comfortable clothes. That should be
You guys,
First
I'm all for
thing.
meat. And there's like
you
one
guys
girl.
can you guys can find the tailor. You see as you're kind of looking around at some of the stalls. Melissa just kind of fucks off for a bit. Over to where there is like a pit where somebody is spit roasting various animals. The smells coming from it are strong. But you guys are able to find this tailor who's got fairly nice clothes. So he seems to know kind of what he's about, and he kind of gets the gist of what you're looking for and is able to put together a set of like travel gear for Julia that is perhaps not quite as refined as she would like, but certainly more capable of withstanding the elements.
and also it might be wise for some basic armor, not a ton, but just
Yeah, I can try to wear something light, perhaps.
yeah, just something that if someone attacks us directly, you won't get too beat up.
Fair point. You spend a little bit more time and kind of go around until you find this this dwarven tanner who seems to be working on various sets and bits of leather armor. Most of the stuff that he's working on seems to be like specially ordered for somebody else, but with enough money, she's able to kind of convince him to give her some stuff that he has that looks like it might fit her. So she gets effectively a rather more expensive, but rather less nice-looking set of leather armor, which is effectively all she can wear.
Yeah, that's makes sense. Well, let me think. Well, if you have the basic set and you have the clothes and a little bit of armor, and if you already have a weapon, think you should be okay for it now.
Yeah, I think so. Thank you. A little bit uncomfortable, but it should be safer.
Yeah, I also don't enjoy the discomfort, but it's just it's just necessary on the road.
Should probably find Millicent before she buys an entire barbecue.
Yeah, I was trying not to think about that. Let's go.
Go over. See, she's in the middle of a raucous conversation with this dragonborn fellow who is turning various dead animals over this large fire pit that he has dug into the ground.
Oh my
He's
god,
like,
is that a rat?
Like, and that ain't even the half of it. No, I've taken down plenty of boars in my time.
Oh.
Yeah, he's like, you see this? And he just like looks, and he just kind of pulls up his shirt, and there's this like giant like wound that looks like it never really healed, right? Yeah, one of them buggers tried to gore me.
Oh, can I? Yeah, like,
Yeah,
can I? It's like poke at it, like, oh, that's so cool.
Right, yeah, isn't it? Oh, ma'am.
Relax, I'm just here looking for my friends. Millicent, were you able to?
Rib?
Oh yeah, can I buy some meat actually?
Oh yeah, we got meat.
Yeah,
Yeah,
some
short
for on the
ribs.
road.
We got long ribs, rump roast, tri-tip,
It's like
ear, tongue.
puts out like 3 gold. Like, what can I do with this?
Just kind of, oh yeah, she'll want some of this. Kind of hold something out to you. Here, try this. Good. All right, yeah, some more of that then. Yeah.
I like this one.
Hands you like a burlap sack filled with meat.
Yeah.
Is that safe?
Mostly.
Is that a rat?
Like,
Yeah, but have you gone to the bathroom in the last day?
Why? Oh.
yeah.
Oh, and you're fine.
Oh, okay. Okay. Well,
Well, great. All right, you got your meat. Let's go. Let's leave.
it was nice meeting you.
Yeah. He just kind of goes back to turning his toast.
All right. I think we should have enough for the road.
Just got this bag of meat. This is not like jerky or anything. This is just like fresh cooked meat. In a sack. You guys all reconvene. You notice Julia is much more looks like she's much more geared up for travel. She still has maroon as her primary color, but now she's got like a thick overcloak instead of the dress that she had before. A set of rough leather armor beneath, and she's got her hair like in a very tight braid instead of running all the way down her back.
Looking much better.
Thank you. And you see Millicent has a bag of hot meat.
What is that smell?
It's
It's like open the bag.
Assorted.
Meat.
Oh,
assorted, undescribable meat.
Pretty good.
very strong. Yes.
It smells like pork.
Potent.
Yeah. Well, good purchase.
Mm-hmm.
For the record,
Yeah.
I don't have purified food and drink right now. I'm sure this does not concern Millicent.
So this is dinner, I think.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, no, I'm aware. I'm still saying that, though.
I mean, it was just cooked.
Could you name all the animals listed on that smoke rack?
Doesn't
But I could
matter.
name
It's
them.
good.
It might not be correct, but I could name them.
Aha.
The big one was Richard.
Alright, you got me there. I don't like it, but you got me.
Well, I could use a drink.
Agreed.
And
Drinks
that
all
means we
around.
need to, well, maybe not for you, but yes, we need to find a place where that can happen.
I'll pass, but
Okay. Well then, it will. Me and Celeste need a drink then.
Agreed.
What about? I can drink.
You
I take some.
shouldn't, though.
But why?
You're a
It's
growing
just a
girl.
drink.
It goes back to that.
Eat your pig, and
That pig.
eat,
Richard.
eat Richard, and we'll. Maybe I should name him something else.
I don't think the name here is the
Let's just
problem.
find a tavern.
Yeah.
Right, you do that. I have a card game to go to.
Yeah, enjoy your cards.
Have
Thank
fun.
you. Thank you.
You guys
Oh,
can.
fuck off.
Yeah.
Rook fucks off. The rest of you guys can go with Julia to find a watering hole, which are plenty. Mostly kind of vaguely nasty grain alcohol that they've got here, but it serves. If you want anything along the lines of ale or wine or mead or anything like that, you're going to pay a little bit more. But Julia will buy a round of drinks for the table one time.
Yeah.
And she will... with your passive, you do not notice that she asks the barkeep to make yours a virgin.
Yeah. No clue. I
So
had
you're
no clue.
effectively drinking non-alcoholic vodka, or as some refer to it, water.
It's like.
It'll sneak
Come
up on you. Be
bland.
careful.
Okay. It's like down it.
Not
The guy who this is sort of, very very stereotypical innkeeper, paunched, balding human man, brings the tray over and looks over at you, Cinder. It's like, you want any? Okay. Okay. Just backs up. There's a drunk guy in the corner. Looks like probably a dwarf, but he doesn't have a beard, so it takes you a second. You think he's just a short person for a bit, and you go, "Oh wait, no, you think he's just a short human?" But it's like, "Oh wait," he just kind of looks over at you. He's like, wood.
Drunk.
He just goes back to what he's doing.
Can I have what he's having?
No,
You are.
I mean, you are.
I guess. Think
Rook,
so.
you make your way over to Black Dragon's Breath. This is a much nicer looking tavern than the one that the rest of the group is in. Actually, it's a 3-story building, which there are not very many of here. You can imagine it's sort of like the one in Bree. I forget the name of it. The inn that they go to where they meet Aragorn, something like that. There's a very loud vehicle going by the intersection right now. Okay. You enter dimly lit tap room here, but certainly occupied. And there is a number of folks in here, and they are all with the triple bands that you recognize, and in some with anklets, some with bracelets, rings, lots of rings, earrings, and you see your the person who you met earlier today, kind of sitting in a corner, seems to be nursing a drink as well, kibitzing with a half orc next to her, and as she sees you, she just kind of waves you over.
Go over.
As you sit down, kind of holds a hand out. Milana Carrington.
Lucas.
Lucas. A good name, a fine name. You're from, not from around these parts.
Not recently.
Fair enough. Well, if you're for it, I noticed you offered a little bit of burglary, so I do have something that I would like procured.
That depends on two things.
Well, as we discussed, 200 gold would be the reward for it, and Fairly simple matter. I don't think it should be especially complicated for someone with your skill set. There's a church 4 blocks east and 2 north of here. Relatively deserted, around midnight or thereabouts. And there's a particular piece of vestment that I would like to find its way into my hands.
What church is this?
It's the Church of Selyun. It's hard to miss, lots of moons.
So this was offered to others. Yes, not just me. There's quite a lot of people around here. Of
Well, you were the first person that I saw who was offering what I was looking for, so.
course, of course.
Are you capable of unlocking a door or a window and
Yes,
possibly a
I'm
drawer?
capable. I'm capable.
And you could finish it in 15 minutes and get your 200 gold.
I certainly could. I'm in a little bit of a hurry though tonight. I don't think I'll be able to do this particular job. Sorry.
Fair enough.
Appreciate the offer. Hit the table and get up and leave.
It lets you.
I'll go back to inn.
Okay. You go back to the inn or the place where they were drinking?
I'll just go back to the inn.
Okay. The rest of you?
Pull out the meats and I'll eat that. I drink my
Excuse myself for a moment.
vodka.
Okay. You eat some meat. You drink some water.
Vodkant. Is this just what people do in Evertown? This was the same as God's Old.
I mean, food and,
And too much drink?
well, the too much drink is more of a societal problem than anything, but you know.
Right.
But unfortunately, yes, it's a common thing to do, at least for grabbing food. But like getting drinks, that's just a common way to relax.
Alright.
Sure. Sounds about right to me.
Anyone know what's the deal with Rook?
What do you mean?
I mean, I couldn't really read the situation, but it just
Are you
seemed
worried
odd.
about it?
I mean, I don't know. Honestly, I got the vague feeling that she was an ex, and he had to go pay child support or something. But I feel like that read is incorrect, but I can't really verify why. So, I
Should we go spy on him?
I don't think it's a good idea to spy on a rogue. That being said, that meaning that we probably wouldn't be great at it.
Yeah, that's true. Not the most stealthy.
Rook is not the easiest man to read, but I actually didn't see any dishonesty when he said he just met her. Take that as you will, whether that makes it better or worse.
It's just odd.
It makes it
Maybe
weird.
I'm being. Yeah, it's just weird. So,
And is that unique for us so far?
no, but we have to be. It's just good to be careful. Maybe I'm being too wary. If it's nothing, it's nothing.
Well, it might be nothing, it might be something. Either way, I think what it is not our business until he makes it so. He travels with us. We do not watch over him, just as he does not watch over us.
Sir. Of course.
The depths are not a nice place, but They make it very clear what is your business and what is not. And those who had a habit of seeking things that weren't tended to find more than they bargained for. I figured that out the hard way. Rook reminds me more than I'm comfortable with of the people down there.
And I'm not saying that we should be following him, but just to be aware. He can have his business so long as his business doesn't come try to bite us. That's all I'm concerned about.
Yeah, sure. So you are.
This is not a meat-related issue. Millicent's is fine.
it's like, I don't know. He's a cool dude.
He's an interesting character, but
He's my friend.
perhaps you, insofar as our goals are in tandem, he can be trusted. But trust your instincts. He is a person who, should he desire to, could cause a great deal of trouble for a great deal of people. But he's also not necessarily inclined to do that to just anyone.
From the sounds of your history, so could you.
Perhaps. Not that kind of trouble, though.
Alright.
Now it's getting a bit late, perhaps we should turn in.
I think I'd be good with that.
You guys can head back to the inn that you guys are staying in. You see when you get back, the door to Rook's room is closed.
Good night, everyone. He just walks straight to a random room.
Alright,
Night, Millicent.
Good night, Rook!
Just hear a bang on the wall. Shut up!
Fuck you.
Anytime!
at the sound of that conversation, the Celeste will quickly go into a room and quietly shut the door.
Julia's just out in the hallways.
Cinder would kind of walk looking for an open door like he had in God's Hold, and if there wasn't one, he would just go back down to the whatever common area and
There's
sit
a
there.
little tiny common area where you can sit.
He would not know which one is his, and he would not care to ask.
You just sit in a little main room. A guy walks by at one point, and then later in the night just makes his way back to his room. Anybody have anything?
Core. Nice.
Oh no, he's going to sleep. He's not gonna out unless something happens.
Okay. Get a short rest.
Finish carving my little dude overnight.
Yeah, you can make another dex check with proficiency if you want.
Could I brew the potion?
See how long that takes.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's sort of nebulous.
We'll begin again.
Yeah, it's done. It's not, you can tell what it is. Is it supposed to take like a work week to craft a potion?
Believe so.
Oh, I don't know.
That fucking sucks.
Uh-oh.
Let me double check that, and then oh, it's a day for a simple potion of healing. Yeah, so you can do it over the course of 8 hours, but not while you're resting.
Yeah. Okay. I will save that for another time.
Following morning, you guys come out into the main area. Cinder, be there.
Oh, Cinder, buddy. You could have just, like, stayed in my room or something.
Makes little difference.
I know.
Shall we?
Yeah, let's go. Tired.
Right, well, the journey is going to take some time. Perhaps about 9 or 10 days to get to the Holy Triumvirate.
Good lord. I guess, yeah,
Traveling,
this...
traveling in the forest is a little bit slower.
Let's get started.
Yep.
I was told there's obviously more onkegs, so from here to the forest, let's watch out.
That doesn't fill me with joy, but it's what's expected, so.
I wonder why
They,
it's suddenly become
they
more
did
of a
say if
problem.
you kept on the road, then we should, for the most part, be fine, so. And I suppose the other one was, like, just off the road. And I'm not in a hurry to fight more giant bugs.
Yeah, neither am I.
Right, so anything else anybody wants to do while we're here?
Nope.
Nope.
I'm pretty much good.
How did your card game go last night? Did you get more
Oh,
money for potion materials?
I did not. Not a very good card game.
Okay. Did you lose money?
No.
Then it wasn't a bad card game.
It's perfectly okay.
Yeah, you could say that. Alright. Let's get a move on.
Right, we have a long road ahead of us. Should be about 3 days to the edge of the forest, and then another 5 or 6 to the camp. The woods are somewhat of a pain to travel through, from what I understand, and the forest, just because we're in the woods, does not mean that we're not going to have more rain to deal with. So,
Perhaps once we get to the Triumvirate, I would like to spend most of a day there to brew a potion.
you
If
can
that would be fine.
you can do that one day on the road as well, because you can only travel for 8 days, and you only need 8 days to You can travel for 8 hours, and you only need 8 hours to rest. So.
Oh, that's fine. Okay. Okay. Then never mind. I'll do that.
Yeah, well, and I guess you could have probably done it last night because you didn't really need the benefits of that short rest that you got, do you?
No.
So you could just say that you did that last night. That's fine.
Okay, fuck it. Yeah.
Still remembering how things work.
it was weird.
Mm-hmm.
Is that just less healing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Potion of healing, TM. So you head off?
Yep.
You guys make your way through back the way you came through the city, and then pick up the cart and horses that you left at the stable there, and sort of skirt around the southern edge of the city. And yeah, effectively you guys travel for quite some time to the east. The sort of marshy grasslands of Threvatn are just as nasty to travel through as they were on the way here, but no more incidents with any onkegs, no signs of any foulness en route. And about the same amount of fellow travelers that you guys can tell every night when you sort of set down to make camp. Fires here and there on the road. Not too many, but a number. Every night you could see maybe 2 or 3. You get the feeling that these trips to the Holy Triumvirate are fairly common for people who live in St. Aelith, especially, since most of them do worship the new gods. So yeah, your travel is uneventful. You do get a day there where the sky clears for a little bit, and you are blessed with a few hours of dryness, and you can see the moons above and the sun, and it dries you a bit, and it's heartening, but goes back to constant rain thereafter. And after a couple of days, you reach the edge of the forest. You can see that there.
At the edge, I would like to pause and do the search thing.
Okay. Yeah, you can see there's almost like this wall of trees, and these are sturdy, fairly tall and bushy trees that seem to have somehow adapted to this constant rain. And you get the feeling that most of the land surrounding St. Aelith was actually probably hacked away and meticulously rid of these trees in order to make sure the entire island wasn't covered. There is a bit of scrub brush amongst that you can see, but it quickly gets very, very dark not too far into these woods here. What's the range on your locate plant?
5 miles.
Yeah, so depending on how much time you want to devote to this effort, you can certainly forage with a decent enough. Does it tell you like the exact location of stuff?
Let me reread it just to see. It concentrating on the voice of nature in your surroundings. Learn the direction and distance to the closest creature or plant of that kind within 5 miles, if any are present.
And how long does it last?
It's instantaneous, so it's a ritual to cast
okay.
it, and then I know it's like 2 miles that way. There's some.
Okay.
So
and you could spend one of your 8-hour chunks of not short resting to find to do that a couple of times with Rook and forage some. I would say you get 3 more potions worth through that effort over the course.
Would you want me to search for anything other than just the one that you already got?
Poisonous one.
I could try. Also, if there's something you know of that you would like that she did not have, I just need to describe or name the specific thing that I'm looking for. It's easier if I'm familiar with it, but I could try if you have something in mind. If you're familiar with these lands.
I will keep that in mind for later.
Yeah.
I would say over the course of X days while you're in the woods here, assuming that you kind of go off to do that at certain points, you could get a total of 3 potions worth of stuff. There is a little bit of a path that's seemed to be trod out to the east. It is certainly much darker and much more difficult to really see exactly where you're going, but you can trust in general that you're supposed to be heading straight east, so it's not hugely difficult to find your way through the woods here. Another couple of days go by. I would say at this point you guys get a long rest from just sort of chilling on the road and chilling in the city.
If possible, could I help with the navigation to speed it up? Is it at all familiar to my forests, or is it like different completely that I wouldn't be able to know?
Yeah, most of what you are familiar with in terms of navigating is related to a very specific locale. But that said, you are familiar with nature, and it's not too difficult to find the path that has been most traveled by people heading to and from. You're not really in any danger of getting lost. It's pretty much just sort of a little bit more of a pain in the butt, and you're not really going to be able to see too much of what's ahead.
I'm probably not going to be able to like speed it up much. It's more of a feature of the terrain than anything.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
And a feature of bringing horses through it.
Yeah, sounds good.
So, one of the nights, you guys just sort of set down to rest for the night, and you make your fire. Notably, while you're in the woods here, you don't really see too many other campfires around, largely because they're seemingly blocked by the really tightly packed trees and plants and things. But as you guys are kind of sitting here for a number of hours, just sort of letting the horses rest and, chatting amongst yourselves, you see this group of 3 people who seem to be walking that same direction that you guys are going. They just kind of come up to where you guys are chilling out.
The last cloak.
You can kind of see Julia just kind of draws into herself a little bit as well, but there's these 2 older, maybe late 50s, 60s humans, and an older looking gnome with them as well. And they just kind of tentatively kind of like come up to the edge of your fire's light, and you see the gnome just kind of step forward, and it's like, I don't suppose you would mind sharing your fire this night?
That depends who you are, friend.
Oh, Herrick Werrug. These are the Fardons. Willis and Amity. We're just kind of making our way to Threvatn, or the Holy Triumvirate, rather.
You have your own tents and everything?
We just been doing the whole bedroll thing.
I'm not against it.
If you're friendly, then it should be fine.
I think we're friendly. Do you think we're friendly, Willis?
Yeah, I think we're friendly.
Yeah, well, we're pretty friendly.
Can I insight to see if these people look like general travelers, or do they look weird?
Go for it.
Can I insight to see if
anybody-
they're lying?
Yeah, anybody who
okay.
wants to can.
Tower or chat?
Oh, I don't care.
I want to see the number. It's fun. Not when it's
Yeah.
bad.
They seem
Not that great.
pretty straightforward. You get the feeling they're probably just making a pilgrimage to the Holy Triumvirate. Not necessarily unheard of. They're all wearing tattered old clothes. They seem well traveled. You see, as you guys just kind of acquiesce, the gnome just kind of like steps up and sits really close to the fire and just like starts warming his hands, and he pulls out this like metal tin that he has and unpacks like some hardtack and just starts. All these older humans behind him just kind of like come over, and the man just kind of like sits down. He's got a walking stick. He just kind of lowers himself onto like a tree stump, and
I'll just flavor his shitty food for him.
oh, salty. So are you guys heading to the Triumvirate as well?
That we are.
Yeah, Will and Am, they make they make a monthly trip out here. That's a little too much for me. I come with them like every other, something like that.
That
Important
feels-
to pay respect.
Not from around these parts, so figured I ought to do it while I'm here.
Oh, you a follower? Who are your top 3?
Top 3? Well, friend's gotta be top 1.
Oh yeah, that's a classic.
Oh yeah.
Classic. Love her.
Number 2, Rusty.
Oh, interesting. Okay, because
know,
I see
this is,
that there's this guy over here. What's
Well, that's not exactly the reason, but
well, no, but I'm segueing.
yes, he's yeah. He's not from around these parts.
Probably be a big Rusty fan though.
Probably. I imagine he would.
I'm a big Rusty fan. He's. Yeah.
Like, yeah, he does dabble in the rust.
Then maybe Asher.
Oh, interesting. Up there. Yeah, personally, I go for Kieran. You know, Demia. She's what's your guy? I like Sat. Sat, yeah, family, always important.
Yes, very good. Is there like a thing that we usually do get there? I've never actually been there myself.
Oh, well,
Is it
you're
like
in for a big treat. Well, so there's it's very informal, but it's basically just divided into 13, one for each of the powers, and then there's sort of like a head honcho for each of the different delineations. And if you've got particular people that you want to go and pay respect to, you can go and do that. Or if you've got places you want to volunteer to help out, or stuff you want to donate, or if you need anything like any food or medical assistance or that kind of stuff, or a place to stay, you know, it's sort of a one-stop shop for friends.
Great.
What about you
Oh,
guys?
that
The rest
sounds
of you
like-
guys are y'all
All of the saints represented here.
pretty much, yeah. All the powers are, so all their saints usually have somebody there who's a guy.
Millicent.
Yeah. I mean, Friend is my top guy. He's
Mm-hmm.
really inspired me to really start traveling around.
Yeah, she's great.
And then Oliver, one of my
Oh.
seconds.
Yes, I like it.
Yeah. And then for some time, Corin. That's kind of what I've done before, traveling with my tribe, and then started to go into one
nomadic.
spring.
Okay, you from like Shavirik, that kind of area?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. I didn't know they got new gods down there.
Yeah, well, it's not in the main city or most cities. It's kind of there's a reason why we're a nomadic tribe.
Sure. So what is it about Oliver that speaks to you?
I just feel like he seems to be very powerful, and I mean, before I was kind of fighting for my tribe and wanting to defend it, and now I'm just exploring and learning more about the saints in general. But
Yeah, of course.
There are some very good stories about Oliver in the old
Ooh.
wars in Tycon.
Oh yeah, he likes to go on about it.
Yes, well, before Leroth's conquest in Tycon, there were various conclaves of new god worshippers down thereabouts, and they banded together to fight against the darkness before Leroth was really able to seal the deal. These ones were out there doing the good things.
Yeah, I don't know so much about that necessarily, but it's that is where Oliver was from. You know, he came from what is now, I guess, Flatrun. But
Yes, he was one of the first to help Leroth unite the peoples against the monsters. It was very, very powerful stuff. He held the line. That was how he became canonized, was when the monsters broke against the line in Flatrun and by Lake Unity, of course. And he was the last man standing, protecting the people.
yeah, it's very, very inspiring. He really suck at telling stories, man.
Well, I'm tired.
Yeah, it's alright.
I think it was a great story.
Yeah,
That was
pretty good.
interesting.
I thought it was good too. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah, well, so there you go.
I was about to do my nightly ritual here. I was going to play a little song for
Oh,
us. if you want.
please, don't let that stop you.
I'll just try to play a soft thing to lullaby these old guys into sleep.
Okay, yeah, they're all pretty
Questions
up
of the
there.
other
Yeah.
people. Okay. I don't want them asking questions of the others, so
Fair
I
enough.
actually would have had an answer.
Oh,
Actually, would
okay.
have had an answer though. So, haha.
Oh, okay.
You've
I
just
would
never
say
asked.
these
Cinder has an
older-
answer.
these humans who are probably in their early 60s, they just kind of keep to themselves. This gnome guy who's chatting you up, he's not really lulled into sleep, but he listens appreciatively while you play. Right, well, I gotta say, he just kind of looks at Cinder. I ain't never seen anything like you before, my guy. You, real something.
You might be surprised to hear that I get that a lot.
I am not surprised at all, actually. I imagine most people who see you say that to you. Oh, you was being sarcastic there. I'm not.
He's learning that, yeah.
Yeah, it's very good, very good. What about you two ladies? Oh, I don't, I'm just traveling with them. Okay.
Well, to be fair, it's good to travel in groups on the road.
Oh,
Makes it
absolutely.
safer.
Absolutely. Yeah, you got on kegs and shit. Somebody said something
Uh,
about some kind of monster things. They're living in a hive or something. I don't know.
That's really distressing.
Uh-huh.
But it's good to see it, though. I don't follow specifically, but I have read up and researched a lot of it, and I do find Maria and I believe what was his name, Lokius,
Oh,
to
yeah.
be interesting.
Saint of Clerics. Pretty, on the money.
Fitting.
It's fitting, yeah. I mean, always good. What's the other one that you...
It's Lokius. It's Saint of Astronomers.
Ah, yeah. Yeah, that one I don't know too much about. I'm looking at the stars and all that. He was
I'm
like
sure it's not as
he was a tiefling, I think, wasn't he?
I believe so. There's not a lot on him. It doesn't surprise me it's not very popular here with the weather
Yeah, that's
being
trouble.
as
I
it
think he
is.
was from Godshold, actually. He was one of those book smart guys.
Understandable.
Hey man, we take all kinds, right? That's sort of the whole thing, isn't? No, they are out cold. All right. Well, thanks for sharing the fire. We're gonna I'm gonna see these guys off to like a spot where we can set up the bedrolls and all that.
Sounds good.
Take a little bit of wood and just give it to him to take
Whoa.
with him.
Thank you. Big torch. All right. They kind of go off about 15, 20 paces. That was interesting.
Those are nice guys. I like your stories.
They were just fine.
Yeah, but as long as I think for a lot of the followers, I'm sure it's just a matter of respect them, respect us. It's all to fine.
Kind of look at Julia. I take it you do not follow these powers that be or their saints, but if we're going to spend some time here, I suggest you come up with at least a few that you can pretend to.
Seems that way.
You can just in my research, there was at least a few for researchers. So if you wanted,
Yes, I will look at your notes.
yeah, just pull up my notebook that I had when I was researching them.
Yes, quite a few.
There's an overwhelming amount. That's not a mark against the religion itself, just more a lot to take in.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of it.
Well, let's say that I look at Falk, I guess, Saint of Soldiers.
That's a good choice.
A Saint of Murderers.
Yeah, I feel like
Yeah, the
I feel
mask is a little,
Well, I
it'll be
suppose.
something for us. It feels like they have something for everything, so that whole realm has to have some followers.
it's
Suppose that's true.
it just feels a bit odd if someone told me that they followed the Saint of Pickpockets. I would not want to be very close to them.
Grave robbers.
Yeah, that's. Why? Wait, why? Hmm.
I suppose if you're good enough at something, then they'll.
I mean, there was one guys that came after Cliffy. Don't they have the
Yes.
mask?
Or they followed Mask. Yeah, that's true. I mean, we have a god for everything too.
Wait, doesn't Rourke have a mask on him? Or is that just
Mask
in the
is the
character
name
art?
of a deity.
No. Like, didn't
But
he,
yes,
like, in his character art,
But
like.
he
yes,
does
I
have
do.
a mask.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Anyway,
Not that I don't trust those guys, but we should definitely still have a watch.
Oh, yeah.
I
No.
don't think they could hurt anyone. But yeah, you are correct.
Millicent, want to watch with me tonight?
Yeah.
And Julia?
Cool.
Well, wait. You were not.
I'm not much
You
good for
are
anything.
not good. Okay.
I can't see in the
Maybe.
dark.
Okay. Sorry. Maybe
can't-
we take.
Me,
I
Maybe
can't
we
hardly
take
see
Cinder
in the
then.
day.
Maybe we take Cinder then, because he's actually good at it.
Oh, I will help Celeste.
Okay.
That sounds fine with me.
Then I'm going to go to sleep. You guys can take your watch.
is
Well,
that
help
a
you.
is
But
that
yeah.
a common line of question up here? Top 3.
For some, yeah. At least top the one that you follow the most is usually at least the one.
Hmm.
Some people like to. It's a little difficult to just, you know, say that you worship all of them. There's so many of them. So a lot of people do tend to focus a bit more.
These
Mine
weren't
was under
as
3 different categories, you could say.
these weren't as focused on down below, but some people had them.
People down below worship the saints.
Some,
No.
and others the old gods. Had some sailing together on the same cruise, of differing minds. Seemed less important down there.
Do they know about Rusty? Have they mentioned that him down there?
Make a
I heard the
religion
name.
check, yeah.
Where is that skill? Doesn't matter, it's intelligence, and I guarantee I'm not proficient, so I'll just throw int, because I didn't immediately find it.
You have heard of him a little bit. He is the most recently canonized saint of the powers that be.
How recent?
20 years ago.
I heard that name, but not in Spindrift. The one I've mentioned before, from where I'm from, kind of brought us. He talked
Because
about.
that would make sense. The Warforged, that saint.
Ah. Makes sense why it's the newest then.
Hmm.
No, the saint I heard the most in Spindrift was, unfortunately, Odrex. Pirates.
Ah. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, I know that. That
And
makes sense.
they asked about it earlier, but there were more than a few who spoke of Swift, so not a friendly place.
Guess not. Big fan of the thief down there.
I'm sure there are parts of Spindrift that are more redeeming, but They were never shown to me.
Doesn't sound like a great place.
Certain there are places up here who sound just as terrible.
Yeah.
It's all a matter of who you know and where you've been. Unfortunately, the folks that I knew, well, less of a problem now.
As you guys are having this conversation, Cinder, you hear very faintly, like very, very faintly, up the road, a scream. It's quickly stifled.
That's not good.
That's
What?
not good.
Somebody screaming that way.
What?
Briefly.
The direction where the old people were.
No, they're
Oh,
close to
okay.
you. They're
Okay.
within. You can see them. This
Distant.
was perhaps a mile or two away, but up the road, the direction that you guys are going.
Should we check it out?
I imagine that by the time we got anywhere close to the source, it would be far too late.
I could take a look and keep quiet, just to make sure it's not coming our direction.
A mile from here?
Oh,
Wouldn't it be
mile.
best? Yes,
Never
wouldn't it be
mind.
best to just keep watch and continue
Maybe
and
just keep
see?
watch, yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
difficult to gauge just how far it was because everything kind of bounces and echoes off the trees, but it was definitely far. It was
Not
very
within scouting range, at the very
Okay.
least. Probably
Keep an
more
ear
of
out
those, whatever the hive monsters that the strange people earlier were referring to. Long cake, something.
You guys
Pull out the axe.
Keep a watch.
be on your guard, and you don't see anything as you finish your watch. And the other watch, Julia just kind of,
Yeah, Celeste. Be wary.
oh, what?
Whatever's out there. Apparently something's lurking, or at least was.
Oh, God.
How do you... what'd you hear?
Oh, see?
Cinder heard a stifled scream.
Oh, good.
That...
Okay.
Some fair ways out, but
We will
Oh, well.
stay by the fire.
yeah.
Farther up the road, so what's that direction?
Yeah, that's not... Alright, well, duly noted. Thank you.
Yeah.
Can make a perception check with advantage. It helps you.
Wow. Yikes.
You don't see anything or hear anything.
Of course.
Do your watch. Unless there's anything anybody wants to do.
I would ask Julia. Julia, I'm sorry if you had already mentioned it, but did you follow... Well, I would take a glance over at the older trio that came by, make sure they're asleep. Did you mention which of the old gods you followed specifically, or was it just the pantheon as a whole?
I have been a follower of Ogma for a while.
Ah, I see.
It's part of the reason, I think, why my family decided to send me to the conservatories. Because I follow the god of knowledge, that doesn't mean I want to pursue it myself, you know.
Ah,
Knowledge can take a lot of forms, and sometimes
There's a lot of knowledge you can't learn when you are stuck in a library, as ironic as it seems.
I don't know. Based on my research, that's basically what I'm doing now. It's
Field research.
yeah.
What
There's some things.
What exactly was the nature of your research?
I was researching general. Just a lot of. At first I was trying to go through the historical nature of the grids and all of that, but as documented as they are, it wasn't very insightful. And there's some field research, but I personally feel not enough. So I wanted to look over the lands and see if there's any new knowledge to be sought, at least.
Are you going to study on conflux points, or?
Little bit. It's mostly seeing what the other uh, s- lands had to offer, as some areas were very well documented and other areas were scarce, if any at all.
Yeah, the clergy seems to be very choosy about what information they make readily available to their constituents.
Yeah.
I can imagine the frustration that must be involved in that. I've dealt with something like that myself as well, as a result of my family.
Yeah. I know you're follower of the God of Knowledge, but was there anything in particular you wanted to research, even if that bit is field research?
Well, like you, I have a lot of curiosities about all of this, the lattice, and what the old god's role in the ascension might have been, and I am curious about pre-ascension history. There is very little that's documented, as I'm sure you know,
Oh, yes.
and sometime I would like to visit the depths and see what remains in those places that did not ascend. See if there's any stores of knowledge left behind or traces of civilizations that developed after skybound lands separated. But in order to do that, I need to be able to protect myself.
That's a good, a well thought out plan. I also have great interest in that. I've heard murmurs of ancient libraries that have been protected and hidden away for, well, centuries or longer than that, possibly. But the information on them is incredibly limited, as you might imagine. But
Yeah.
if they exist, then they can provide so much more knowledge than what we currently have.
If they exist.
Yes, that's a big part of that.
And if anybody knows how to find them.
Yeah.
And if there's anything that would like to prevent people from accessing those stores of knowledge.
Yeah, in the limited things I had on it, there were some tales of guardians, but you see why my research is more focused on the lattice rather than on these libraries, as skim as that research has been.
Interesting. Well, perhaps sometime we should get together again and compare notes after I spend some time getting better at what I need to do.
Yeah, you mentioned that your family wanted you to go to a conservatory, so are you, I don't want to presume, but acting on your own right now, or is this part of a conservatory?
Oh, yes, completely. I'm acting on my own. I did not want to go to the conservatories. I learned very quickly that they did not have license to share the kind of information that I'm after. I think I was sort of an olive branch between my family and the leadership of God's Hold. Sort of a bargaining chip. There was a tacit understanding, I think, between
church and BI. It said, we'll hold on to her, and should anything happen that we don't like, perhaps something bad might happen to her.
Oh,
That was the vibe that I got from Dodrick and the rest of the liaisons to the church. And I didn't care much for that, so I thought I would just leave and say fuck them all.
that's... Yeah, that's understandable. I'm sorry you had to deal with that.
It wasn't necessarily bad. I don't think that my great uncle is going to do anything to upset the church, but I didn't want to be there in case he did. Of course, the ramifications that my departure is going to have on relations between BI and Godsold will probably be rather severe, but I've decided it's not my problem.
Well, honestly, with the way of the past few months in Godsold, and even if the new High Priestess is a good one, that amount of rapid change and will still unsettle the people, so...
It's all just a bit too much for me. And Tanagra, if you can get there, will protect you. Doesn't matter from whom, it doesn't matter why they want you. It's they have an understanding, and the rest of the world has an understanding with them as well. If you're there, then you are there, and you are theirs, for as long as you want to be theirs.
That's... I don't really have anything to add to that. That, as far as staying safe, that's as solid a plan as any.
And while I'm there, they can teach me how to fight. And all I have to do is put in shifts defending the wall and some of the other places around, and I can do that. Hopefully, if they show me how. And if I keep running from Rook, perhaps.
Well, unfortunately, I can only really teach you a simple weapon, so Rook would probably be a bit better mentor in that regard.
In that regard, yeah, I think so. But
Yeah, unless you have any magical interest or prowess,
none
yeah.
whatsoever, unfortunately. All I have is this sword and a will to learn.
Understandable.
It sounds like perhaps after we reach Tanagra, you guys might have some interest in sticking together for at least a time.
I think assuming everyone turns to be as trustworthy as we hope they are, which
Well,
here's hoping.
I don't know that trust is necessarily the word for it, but I have, from my exposure to Black Maya Industries, learned that you can base most relationships transactionally, and you can expect that others will be doing the same. And you must assume that at least, well, probably all of them are going to be viewing your relationship in that way, that you have something that they can do, that you can do for them to help them. So, you just make sure that you pay it back in kind. The young one, she probably doesn't realize it, but that's effectively what she's doing. She's offering muscle in exchange for seeing the rest of the world, and I suspect escaping her parents, which is alarming, but, Cinder, who I'm fairly certain can probably still hear us, but I think he has got a couple of things he's interested in looking into as well, and Rook is a bit of a wild card, but all of them probably have a use for you. And if you can make yourself useful for them, then perhaps they will make themselves useful for you.
Yeah, sorry, choking.
This is smoke. We could sit away from the fire if you want.
Yeah, right. I suppose being around Cinder, I kind of thought it'd be fine. But yeah, basically a working relationship seems to be the general idea to go for right now, at least. So, just have to do the best with that and that info.
I don't
Also,
think I really have to say this, but just be careful.
Of course. Also, I would turn like at her mentioning Cinder, I would turn back around and just wave.
I don't think he sleeps.
I don't think so either.
I
Cinder.
do not.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
Right, I'm gonna go.
Very well.
Guys, finish your rest. Continue your
Almost.
slow journey eastward.
As we're packing up the camp the next morning, I'll go over to Celeste. Hey, so I realize that maybe our personalities clash a little bit. There was, alright, this will be a start maybe, but I'm sorry for getting us off on the wrong foot. There was something you said last night that just kind of rang true to me, so, yeah. I'll try harder to be a bit more likable.
Can I roll insight? Like,
Sure.
I want to appreciate the apology, but the turnabout is really confusing me. Oh.
It's more flabbergasting than anything. You just woke up. Seems like he's been practicing this.
You have to pardon me. I don't have access to tea or coffee, and I just woke up.
Oh, yes, of course.
You just basically
but-
roll over and he goes, "All right, look." You're like, "What the fuck?"
I was not prepared for a heart-to-heart at 6 a.m.
That said, his tone is more earnest than you have heard it ever.
Well, I certainly didn't expect this, but well, thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Hopefully, I feel like fate works in funny ways. So, I don't know. I feel something good about this group. Once I'm having a hard time figuring out what to say here. Good morning. Walk past Millicent.
That was vague and unconvincing, but also I did think that was him trying his best. Okay. Right. Continue getting ready in the morning.
Yeah. Hello. Prestidigitation. All right.
I did. I muted myself. What do you make it
You
taste
did,
like?
yeah. Oh. What's he eating his like tax stuff still?
Yeah.
It's like it tastes like some sort of like it tastes like pork. I don't know.
Okay, I'm sorry I said it was awkward. Looked like it from here, okay?
Mm.
Guys,
Onward.
travel onward. After you leave them behind because you have a cart and they don't,
Yeah.
But they see you off, and after about an hour, you keep going, and on the right-hand side of the road, maybe 5 feet away, you see a corpse.
Ooh.
Hmm.
Oh,
Hmm.
boy.
Plains what I heard.
Oh.
Seems to be a red-haired dwarven woman with a couple of thin, sharp wounds, completely robbed of everything other than like undergarments.
This feels more like bandits.
Certainly.
Is
Hmm.
is there any other indication of people here? Like,
Make a perception check.
okay.
No, but there's definitely indication that somebody was here. They seem to have. There are a couple of worn divots behind a thicket of bushes, and then what look like quick footsteps over to where the corpse is, and then darting back across the road and into the trees.
Well, as much as I don't like bandits and would rather not let them run around, it looked like he ran into the forest.
See
Not-
one.
There's at least 3 separate sets of footprints.
Oh, well, several people hit this and then ran into the forest.
Did you say worn divots like in the road leading up to the body?
Kind of in the bushes behind where it was. So, like, probably an ambush was set up.
Hmm. Like a... well, I guess just be wary on the road then. I mean, we already were, but now there's just an active group that's probably gonna try to do the same to us.
That's all we can do right now.
Yep.
Perhaps this is something that you should bring up at your whatever this place is. This
Oh,
holy-
but
seems oddly close to a religious place for such things to be happening. Then again, a man was murdered in God's hold right in front of me, so what do I know about the Skybound lands?
Yeah.
Well, we'll keep a weather eye on the horizon, I suppose.
That's what we can do for now.
Yeah, keep moving.
You continue onward, keeping an eye on your back and an eye on either side of the road for the next couple of days. On the evening of midnight of the 30th of Gao, going into the 1st of Ha on a Friday, the night is the darkest you have seen yet, as an eclipse happens on the other side of the world. Moons intersect. And the following morning, as you guys continue to trudge your way through the muck and rain of the forests of Threvatn, you hear to your left and mostly to the left, you can hear the sounds of lapping water, as you seem to have come upon the shores of the largest of the 3 lakes, and kind of breaks through the trees. And up ahead of you, you can see a number of yards forward the wide logs that have been stood up and sharpened at their tips, forming the perimeter fence of the Holy Triumvirate. And guys just kind of... Julia just kind of looks back at you guys and just kind of gives a nod and pulls her hood up and drives you guys forward as you find your way into the camp. And we'll go ahead and stop there.
Alright.
Excellent.
There we go.
Nice.
Number
Look up
2,
this
done
one.
and dusted.
Yeah.
And record.
And recorded twice. I recorded it on here, and I recorded it on Twitch. We got it, boys.
Oh, we got him.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
We got him.
All right. Well, we're going to pack it in. Thanks for watching, everybody who bothered to.
Yeah.
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 Thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll see you next Wednesday on, God, is it November already?
Yeah.
Yep.
November
Unfortunately.
3rd.
Oh boy.
And we're going to have to figure out how to mitigate daylight saving time after that.
Yeah.
Well, I've got work travel after that, so it's going to get real awkward for a little while.
Nice.
Oh, boy.
But we'll figure it out.
Yeah. All right.